I think we might be live. We should
Hello.
probably check that.
Are we live?
We could be. Who knows?
Very hard to tell.
We're using a different bit of software this time. We're using Riverside. This is not sponsored by Riverside because we're absolutely paying through the nose for it. If you are out there, though, welcome everyone to the Planet Beer TV and Baron Drinkalong. So this should be fun. Looks like we've gone live because we've just had a notification to say we are. So hooray. I'm going to set myself to do not disturb. Yeah, so welcome everybody.
Are you sure we're live?
I believe so. I mean, I can't see anything or the chat or whatever, but I believe it's going on.
It's very hard to tell. I'll be honest with you.
If you are out there and you can see us, then put a message in the chat because it could be that actually we're, I don't know, tripping in some sort of weird. It kind of feels like that's what I'm in at the moment.
Can we open up the YouTube chat on there?
We
are live. There we go.
We are live. Oh,
we have confirmation.
Good. Hooray!
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello, Adrian.
Hi, Craft.
We're just going to call you Craft.
Yeah, that's a good name. And Lynn's here. Hi, Lynn.
Hey, Lynn.
So yeah, thanks for joining us tonight, guys, for the Planet Beer TV and Baron live stream. We don't yet have Baron in the building, but we are.
He's running on Brewer's time.
We believe that he is going to be here at some point.
He said, "Yeah, absolutely, all good. I'll be there."
We didn't tell him the time.
No.
Yeah. So tonight we're going to go through the Bruiser box. Not sure if you guys have already. Hey, is this Legend Steve?
Mr. Pete.
Not sure if you guys have purchased the box, and will be drinking along with us, or whether you're just lurking along and watching and
here for the bands.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, have a bloody good time. And if you are drinking something else that isn't the Baron beers, then let us know in the comments and hit us up on that. So tonight we made the executive decision that we're just going to eat all of them.
Eat hops,
drink all of them.
Yeah,
we're going to do all 8.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do a can a piece because this is a very hop heavy box.
Yeah, that is true.
Someone's joining.
Is that person appearing?
It could be a Jack.
I don't know if other people can see that, or whether it's or whether that's just us. It looks kind of like Noddy Holder.
A rogue Jack enters the conversation. You're
Hello.
on horrible bandwidth.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Is it bad?
It's pretty shocking.
It is at the minute. Are you? Can people see Jack? I think this is a thing that we perhaps need to clarify. If you can see Jack, let us know. But either way, yeah, we've made the executive decision that we're gonna drink all 8 cans.
Foolish, I think,
because we couldn't work out a specific running order for them. So let's just see what happens. Yeah. We're gonna start off with Fuzz. I think that makes the most sense, given that it's the sessionable light pale. And today is Fuzz Day as well, I believe. Or Fuzztival.
Yeah, is it Fuzztival, Jack?
It is. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you just you're just very low resolution, but
Oh, that's all right. That's fine. Fine, my
man. You look kind of fuzzy, which actually works on the theme. Yeah. See what I did there?
Beautiful.
You're very quiet though, Jack. I will say. Let me just pump you up on here.
First beer, Adrian, will be Fuzz. We're going to go with Fuzz. In fact, actually, we did do a list of the beers that we're going to drink. Let me just.
Well, I'm going to pull this while you're trying to find that list. But yeah, there is a running order, which Chris will put up in a second.
There it is.
For the most part, it is just going to go up in ABV, really. So I think it's Fuzz.
Yeah.
Then we've got Long Hard Day.
Right there.
Oh, there we go. You put it up.
Long
yeah.
Difficult
Long Difficult Day, sorry. Kiwi Getaway. Shunks. Ziggy Stardog in the middle, just as a because we don't want everyone to get absolutely battered before they've actually had a chance to try that. And then we'll drop it back down to treading lightly, Fred, and then for us, the sort of big N beer is the double West Coast Jack, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that one. Jack,
let's do it.
You are there. You're very pixelated. Do you have any do you have like a cable you could plug yourself into? I mean your computer, not necessarily you.
Into your brain.
I could leave and go after that.
I mean, let's just. I'll tell you what. As we haven't heard from you too much yet, let's test you. Let's just start talking. Tell us a little bit about Fuzz. Tell us about Fuzztival, which is happening today, is it not?
It is happening today. Tell me if I need to speak up. I've got a...
Oh, we've lost you.
I was about to say, you sound absolutely sublime. I can hear everything that you're saying, and then you vanished.
Oh, no.
It's all right. You're back now.
All right. If this doesn't work, I'll just go up to the brewery because it's got better Wi-Fi.
Are you in? You got rural network problems there, have you?
Yeah.
He's in the comfort of his own home at the
copper
moment.
wire
and sheep's wool.
Yeah. If you can hear me, I'll do a little.
We can hear you.
No, I think we're gonna lose you, mate. Tell you what, Jack, go and sort yourself out, dude.
Yeah, it's too shit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. Don't worry. Yeah, we'll come back to Jack.
This is another Saturday that we're ruining for him, telling him to get back up to the brewery.
Yeah, so I know you finished work for the day, but can you go back there instantly on a Saturday night, please?
Okay, so while we just wait for Jack to rejoin us, Fuzz. So his go-to core beer, the one beer that he does time and time again, a session strength beer with a huge hoppy, dank and juicy aroma. And the hops is used in this one: Mosaic, Cryo, Strata, Simcoe, Centennial. What I really like about Jack's cans is that he puts all the mumbo jumbo on the back.
Yeah, you can get proper geeky with all the stuff on the back, and he tells you what vats it was brewed in and the water profiles and all that jive. So that's good. I just saw. We're going to call you Craft because we don't know who that is, but you've got some alias which is Craft. But so you tried the fuzzy IPA yesterday, then? Is that right? Because we've not tried any of the Fuzztival beers yet.
No, I think they only released today. Well, yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, but either way, I want to get involved.
But it looks like Craft was at a tap takeover of some description or a launch. But you're saying the IPA was better than the DIPA.
Well, I mean, it's been quite a slow start to this stream, hasn't it? Well, I should say slow start to the actual recording of the stream, but it was kind of like a full pelt hour while we were setting up this, because I'd come round to your house.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten a load of kit, which you then had to go back to the house to go and fetch, while I was also setting up here. So I was in your house making Hannah feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, that happens a lot, though.
It's just another Saturday night.
This time we'll let you in. You're not just looking through the window.
And then we were testing this shit out, and it wasn't working. It wasn't working. So we were going right down to the wire, and then we did appear, and it turns out you good people are here and can confirm that we exist in the space of YouTube at the very least. So that's all great. So what are we thinking on Fuzz? I mean, I've had it so many times now that it's like drinking an old friend.
Oh dear. I always think with Fuzz, it's the mouth feel or the coating you get from this beer is like proper intense. You get like a really good tongue coating.
A real good
a peachy tongue coating, which we all love, don't we?
I do. Peachy is definitely definitely the word for me there.
I do like tonguing peach.
Okay, yeah. I mean, let's try and move swiftly on from that.
Wife. Hi.
Paul, where have you been today?
I've been to Worcester. Right. Not for. I don't know if anyone's been to Worcester here. I don't know where everyone's from in the country, but Worcester's a really weird town or city, should I say, because half of it's lovely, and the other half is like crack central.
Mm.
It's got some really great places to drink, and it's also got some absolute dive bars, and not in a good way. But I wasn't drinking today. No, we had to go and meet my parents for some chicanery, which was quite boring. So this is my first beer.
Oh, is it? I've already been in the hot vault today, drinking a couple of pints of lager. Tegernseer Hell, yeah. I just love it. I mean, it was on Sunday, no, Tuesday, and then it's gone already. That's how good it is.
I love.
It just vanishes.
I had a Teg yesterday after a bit of a walk, and it was all hot and sweaty, and it was like the best thing I've ever drank.
Yeah.
Oh, it just hit the mark so well.
So we've just released the Jack Barron Hops in Focus, which has actually been going down really well.
It's had some really good traction.
I don't know why I was sounding surprised at the fact that it was going really well.
Well, our videos are hit and miss. Sometimes they'll just creep along and gain a bit of traction, but this was a real win for us, I think.
I think it came at just the right time after a load of podcasty talky content, and then we've just got some straight up, no nonsense, Jack talking about hops.
I think those hop videos seem to go down really well. I mean, we've only done 2, haven't we, with the Brewers? I think we did Matt from Track, and Jack, and I don't think we've done any more. But
we've got some lined up. Though.
We've got some lined up. Some absolute doozies. So it'd be really interesting to know if anyone's got any preferences for brewers we should be speaking to.
Yeah,
because
let us know.
I could just sit back and listen to a passionate brewer rattle on about hops for ages, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, is there any scope in doing malt ones?
Probably.
I don't know.
No.
Multi
ones. No.
Yeast ones.
Definitely not yeast ones.
Well, because we go off the pun of hot ones for hop ones, and the people that do hop ones are those that feast.
Yes.
We could do those that yeast.
Oh, yeah.
We could talk all about yeast.
Oh,
God.
When you think you've drained the well of hop-based or beer-based puns, there's always another one, isn't there?
There's always something.
Yeah, it's great.
So let's have a quick check-in on the chat. Seabass is here. Evening. Didn't manage to get the Bruiser box, so I'm having the 2 Flints Day collab.
That'll do.
Fair play. That'll do you.
That'll do nice.
Colin thinks that Fuzz is a banging session pale, and I'm in agreement. And Andrew, apologies, I had Fuzz last night, so I'm starting with Long Difficult Day. So jumping ahead.
It's all right.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Look at that. Oh, he's had to put a hat on.
Say,
we feel bad now.
He looks much less comfortable.
Freezing,
but
freezing cold.
Oh, bless you. Thanks, mate.
I've got a radiator here, just keeping me toasty.
Just cuddle the radiator. You are looking at least more than 360 pixels, at least. So
good. Yeah. My Wi-Fi, I get sort of 2 or 3 megabytes of whatever it is, whatever the thing is. So.
I mean, it's just one of those. It kind of feeds into the theme, like someone put in the comments, Jack plus Fuzzy equals on topic, which I guess kind of works.
Yeah. Perfect.
So we have been sipping along to this one already and just been chatting some inane shite. So let's hear a little bit from you now, Jack, and just tell us a little bit about Fuzz and Fuzzival, just before we move on to Long Difficult Day.
Fuzz is the only beer I repeat, so it's pretty much always available. I reckon it makes up maybe a quarter of what I make now, as a tank is always full of Fuzz. And I thought I can't remember who gave me the idea for Fuzzival. I think the name came first because it's sort of silly, and everyone seems to be doing this sort of thing. Like I know Daya just did it with their glue beer.
Yeah.
Obviously putty and putty tea and all that. There's just it's a nice way of doing a theme, because then people buy they buy into sort of a series and you can compare one to another. It's a nice way of doing things, and it gets people talking about the beers more than they would otherwise.
Yeah, it's an easy way to sell 3 beers in one.
Exactly, without sounding too much like it's a money game.
Yeah, that just makes it sound really cynical. Well, we all know it's just that you had Fuzzival as a name and you wanted to use it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like Fuzz, and I've never tried doing it with like I've never done that combination of flavors in a stronger beer. So it's a shame we've not got some Fuzzival beers in these boxes.
I know.
Yeah. So is the obviously not to dwell too much on the beers that we don't have at the moment because we've got another 7 to get through. But is fuzzier and fuzziest are they the same beer but just built up more, like more hops?
Sort of.
More...
It's quite hard to. Yeah, I tried not just to make exactly the same beer but a bit stronger each time. Every iteration is significantly more ridiculous. So I got hold of loads more ways of layering on hop flavor. So Fuzz is relatively straightforward with cryo, mosaic, and strata, and then Fuzzier had some crazy additions, and then Fuzziest is like everything I could get hold of that would lend itself to those flavors. So it's pretty burny at the moment. I think it would probably taste better in about 2 or 3 weeks, but it's going down all right. I think people are liking it.
That's what's going to be interesting about trying Ziggy Stardog, because obviously we've drank a lot of that since we launched it.
Way too much.
Probably about a month ago now. It was a month ago we launched it. And it's kind of changed every time. And
for the better.
Yeah, no, totally.
It's great.
It's really just growing into itself now, which I think is really it's really nice. Because it's quite funny because I've been making a habit, and this is probably an unhealthy habit, and you've probably experienced this, Jack, before you realise that you're going knocking on the head. But I've been going through the Untapped reviews, like just going through and looking at like everybody who's checked in, looking at some of the comments on it, and
it doesn't help your sort of OCD nature, does it? All this stuff.
To be fair, I'm happy with it.
No, it's good, but it's just something else to fixate on, isn't it?
Yeah, no, yeah. it's more stuff that I just end up procrastinating over.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, there's been a few comments that have said that it's too green. So I don't know. Tough shit to them, I guess. They need to buy another one.
I think it's a nice. I've made a lot more green beers than that. I think because it's so sweet. It doesn't taste too green. I think Galaxy always lends itself to that flavor that people associate with beers being green, but I don't think it is that. Well, we'll try it later. We'll see. I might be full of shit. But it's not too. I think it's a nice. I think even 3 or 4 weeks ago it was tasting pretty good. So we'll I don't know.
No, I'm really looking forward to it. We've tried to make sure that it's like in the middle of the tasting more than the end, because we want to kind of remember it.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess.
Yeah. And also we wanted to put pride of place for the one we haven't tried yet, which I know you're excited about, which is the West Coast, the DIPA.
Yeah, that's a good one. I haven't had it for a few days. Probably I've only had it once or twice, and it tasted so much better the second time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it because we look forward to trying it. But have you gone down the route that you said you were going to go down in terms of making it more like a classic American West Coast as opposed to a more new, modern take on West Coasts?
Yeah, I think you could definitely say that. It's hard to get the balance right because. I think it's pretty. It's like a stone IPA. That's the vibe I've been trying to do in general for the West Coast IPAs. Is like sort of that real resin sweet thing. And this is dark, and it's not completely clear. I couldn't get it to clear up completely, which is a bit of a shame. But it is. It's like a chestnut color, and it's bitter and sweet and sticky and all the good stuff.
That's going to be a big one. Excellent. I'm going to go and get the next beer.
Should we line up?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I'll just line up some of the comments. So we've got Brew a Bit Rick. Hey, just watched your Orval 5-year, finished it, then popped over. Hey Rick, thanks for joining. Hope you liked the 5-year Orval video. That was one that's been in the making for a while. Adrian, is it Jack's dog on the can? No. So it's actually Paul's dog called Ziggy,
who sat just over there.
Yeah, we'll probably a bit later on try and wrestle the dog over and hold her up to the camera.
She's a lot bigger than when we had the idea for Ziggy Stardog. She's now like a full-size dog, so she's massive.
Yeah. And then we've got a comment, Craft Fuzzier is the best in my opinion.
Is it Fuzzy is the IPA? Yeah.
Yeah. And the DIPA is fuzziest.
Ah, of course.
Yeah,
what would the TIPA be called? The fuzziest stir.
The tipper, yeah. Even fuzziest, yeah.
The fuzzy most.
So, which ones are you joining us on tonight, Jack? Which beers
I'll,
are you going on?
I'll crack open where have you just heard? A long, difficult day. I'll get
Difficult day. Yeah. So
we got so this is Nerdy Bits. I've enjoyed the Australian options recently, and this bag of Eclipse was pouring out all sorts of tropical aromas. So we've got Talus, Amarillo Cryo. Oh, that's it. Okay. A tiny amount of Talus and a big boost of Amarillo Cryo.
An Eclipse, yeah.
Oh, Eclipse, yeah, missed that. Cool.
Jack does love a bit of Talus. Talus more, Jack.
Nice.
Is it? Yeah, is that good?
I like that.
Yeah. So what's the percentage on this one? Is it a pale or an IPA?
These are the first three are pales, I think.
Ah, cool.
Yep.
Lovely.
It's quite low on Talus. Like the Talus is massively subdued. I think it's the most recognizable hop by even over Sabro and Sriracha Ace. I think it's more recognizable than those. So there's like 15% of the hop bill is Talus. Maybe not even that. Maybe like 10 to 12% of the hop bills Talus. Because I've done early days. I just loved it. I kept opening bags, but like, this is a mental flavor. I've never smelled anything like it. And everyone got really sick of my beers tasting all like Talus. So I've only added a little bit as an enhancer. But Eclipse is a huge rubbery Australian hop, and that's doing most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah. So go back to Talus, and what do you use Talus for? What are the notes you're looking for when you're using copious amounts of Talus?
Oh, that's weird.
I found it was always it tasted to me like it's so floral, and the bags really smell like artificial watermelon sweets, and I really like that. I think that's a ridiculously good flavor, and it's so much like I think it's one of the Tropicana orange and somethings. It's like a particular flavor that you can't. It's so like red grapefruit and orangey that it overpowers everything else. So if you did a Talus and Citra IPA, it would just taste, and it's really, really bitter. Like it can turn almost soapy and it's not even it's not a very bitter hop in the numbers, but it can turn quite soapy and like in the same way that Sabro can.
Yeah, I'm now it's kind of sat a little bit. Yeah, it's really, really bitter for a what is it, 5% pale.
It's I flagged up the comment from Andrew there. He says you get like a bit of funky spice from Talus, which I really funky spice is probably the best way of putting into words what I'm experiencing when I try that. So
funky spice.
So Talus, divisive hop to some degree. You'll probably be unsurprised to know, Jack, that on the video, the hop ones that we released the other day with you in, as well as Sabro, Sriracha Ace was getting plenty of hate as well.
Well, it's just horses for courses. These things.
Funny you say horses for courses, because Colin's got a comment here which uses that exact phrase.
Oh, look at that!
And he's saying that he
sings
loves
Colin.
Maybe horses for courses should now be a beer name.
I think it's a good name. Yeah,
I think it is a good name. I can see the can art kind of working with that one.
Lynn's asking which hop is the washing up liquid one. Now I don't know if that's just a general question about hops, or Lynn's identified something in your beer which reminds you of washing up liquid.
That'll be Talus. I think it's it can really taste like soap, and
it's really, really soapy. Yeah.
It's not for everyone, that one.
I always like it when you get some kind of, especially when you're drinking a lot of beers in a row, so, of a certain style, big hoppy beers like yours. I love it when something, even if you wouldn't sit down and go, this is my favorite type of beer. If you went, this is a bit weird.
Yeah.
But I love it when you have that differentiator in beers when you're drinking quite a lot in a row.
Something breaks the mold a little bit and just stands out from the, Citra, Mosaic, Galaxy, Nelson Fest that you're no doubt going to be partaking in on a big IPA pale session.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I had a collapse.
I couldn't work out then whether that was like some violent chunder.
So, I hate this beer. I can't contain it anymore.
Someone was so angry about it. You could hear it. No, that was an interesting one. So, tell us a little bit about the artwork on this one, which is
it's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that.
The nice thing is I have no say in what the artwork is. I normally work with the artists. We send lists of silly names to each other. We're normally shooting off 5 to 10 names on an email back to each other, and they'll go. And there's a few artists that work on these, and they'll just say, "I like Long Difficult Day," and Hog Killing Time, which is the West Coast IPA. And then a week later, I get some artwork sent over. Then I send them some money. It's a really straightforward system.
It's a good transaction. Yeah.
That's how capitalism should work.
We've got a comment here from Nightbreed Beers, Craig. Love Talus. Cannot wait for the single hop Sabro, Jack. That video's. No, you put it into that video. It's gonna happen.
I saw the clip, and I forgot that I ever mentioned it.
Committed to it.
I got a message from Distant Lands today saying you've really dropped me in it. Because he's had loads of people saying, "Oh, are you gonna have a double IPA Sabro from Jack?" Like, oh God, now I'm gonna make one.
Brilliant.
It looked in that video like we had made it as well. It looked like I think it looked like I'd committed to doing it. That's not true. I haven't done it.
Can't say anything anymore, can you? Everything's recorded.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, because obviously we shot that. That episode would have been filmed mid-January when we were filming. We were down on the Ziggy Stardog Brew Day, and that was a video that we just shot on the in between while we were waiting for the waiting for some kettle to boil or something like that. And yeah, I suppose because we had 2 quick succession videos featuring you, Jack, we had to kind of spread it out a little bit. We didn't want to go full saturation with Baron, so we did a couple of podcast episodes next, and then I was like, right before the live stream, it's time to unveil Jack's 5 favorite hops at the moment. So put that episode out. So basically, you can just face up to your naysayers or fans in this live stream forum. So I'm glad that went well.
Bring it on.
So single hop Talus beer then. Can't wait for that as well.
I think that would be way worse than Sabro. Genuinely think that would be undrinkable. I think Sabro could get away with it.
Yeah.
I think Talus, it wouldn't be drinkable. I think it'd be undrinkable.
Yeah, commercial suicide, that isn't it? I think.
Good name for it, though.
The comment that really made me laugh when you're talking about the Sabro thing is like you said something like, "Yeah, I've made a couple of Sabro beers before where I've just used too much and it just tastes like sun cream."
Always on holiday, just necking sun cream out the bottom.
Factor 25.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good name for a Sabro beer, Factor 20.
Yeah,
that's a great name.
Or you could change the percentages based on the strength of it.
Yeah. So what we're saying, a 30% Sabro single hop.
I've got a Sabro Pale in the tank right now, which I think I've slightly gone overboard. It's just Sabro, and it is tasting so pineapple-y and funky and like properly tropical. But I know that half the people will say this tastes like sun cream, and half the people go, "This is my bag." So
yeah,
that's sort of the whole point, though, isn't it? You got to make stuff that some people love and some people hate.
Yeah. And so one of the things before we move on to the next beer, which I better just flag up which it is because I keep forgetting myself. When we did the launch event for the Ziggy Stardog thing at the Hop Vault, you said there to the room that you were basically looking at essentially moving away from sessionable pales and just normal IPAs because you kind of just want to be known for doing the silly stuff. So perhaps you want to elaborate a bit more on those sort of plans for the beer tube crowd that we've got tonight.
I do want to do that more, and it's difficult balance because I'd like to make more silly stuff, but I can't make a living only making ridiculous beers because I just won't sell enough volume. So I'm keeping Fuzz as the covering basically all the 4%, 4 point whatever % beers. I'm not bothering doing too many of those. And then I'm trying to release infrequent, stronger pales, and then always have a decent strength IPA on. And then otherwise, just do stupid stuff. So I'm planning on, I've got Knitted Baby in the tank at the moment, which
yes.
I'm bringing that back. And then I've got a triple IPA plan for next brew. I've got an adjunct empty in the bum egg tank. So all stupid stuff.
Yeah. One thing I meant to ask you as well is on your can artwork, because you have well, it's not on the artwork as such, it's just on the bits around the best before. You've got Guile and then a number, or Gile and a number. And I noticed that there was, I can't remember what beer it was I had from Verdant, but they had Gile on the bottom of their can. And I was wondering what is that?
It's just a batch number.
Is it?
So whatever number it is, what are we on? What was that one?
So that's Gile 214 that we just had with Long Difficult Day.
Yeah, I've got, yes, that I'm on batch, I think 230 or something. I can't remember now in the tank. 240 something. 233 just done. So yeah, it's just a way of tracking what's going on.
Got a couple of questions for you here, Jack. So got one here. Any experience with Amarillo? I'm doing a smash at the moment with Amarillo and Marisotta and really enjoy it.
Nice. Amarillo's lovely. I, in about 2015, said Amarillo was my favorite hop. That would probably be my first hop ones hop. I don't think I don't know. I could be corrected by a hop merchant and they probably tell me off. But I don't think we get a particularly good part of the crop in the UK of Amarillo, because I have had some amazing American beers with Amarillo in, and they're really singing. And I've probably ordered, I don't know, 100 kilos worth of Amarillo over the last couple of years. And so that's 20 bags. And I've only had a couple of bags that I've opened and been like, this is as good as Citra or Simcoe, or it's as punchy and fresh tasting. So I think it's entirely up to the hop, the style. The Amarillo as a hop is a fantastic hop, but all of these things are more to do with how good are the bags and how good is that part of the crop that we actually get hold of. And from my experience, I've not had enough of it that I thought was amazing. I still buy it. I think it's a very good hop to use as a secondary, as a sort of not the lead singer, as a backup, as a backing dancer. But it's I just haven't had enough where I've been like, wow, that is amazing. That's an amazing hop. But it's a lovely fresh lemon sort of and slightly old school because it's been around for a while. It's not a new hop.
Should we move on to the next one? And while we're moving on to the next one, which is Kiwi Getaway, got another question for you here, Jack. Where are the hops sourced? Any Trump tariff impacts on US hops, and will it ultimately impact the price we pay?
I haven't read up enough about it yet. I saw someone worrying about this. I think they're more worrying about tariffs of imports into the US rather than stuff exporting.
I think we can shed a small bit of light on that, in the sense that these tariffs are essentially on imports into America. So there really isn't, that there's no way that it would make things more expensive necessarily for drinkers here.
No.
So I think these hop merchants rely a lot, or a fair amount of it, they rely on export, because they make the American hops. They're making so much of it now, so they've got to export it. It's expensive, like compared to the English hops. We can buy English hops at sort of 7, 8, 9 quid a kilo, we're buying American hops at 30 plus quid a kilo.
wow.
So it's a huge difference.
Yeah.
But it's still worth it for these styles of beers, in most of our opinions. But yeah, we're hoping it might. Thing is, it'll affect everyone evenly. So it's not like the tiny brewers are the only ones who are going to get infected if it's that sort of policy. But it would mean that in general, if there is a tax imposed like that, beer will get more expensive. But I don't think that'll happen imminently. But who knows? Like, things change every day with Trump. So.
Yeah, that's true. Do you want to give your hop guy, as the question was, where are the hop source? Do you want to give your hop guy a shout out? Because he showed up on the evening that we did at the Hop Vault.
Oh, sweet!
And he bought you a load of Strata, was it?
Oh yeah. That's Dan. Oh no, hang on. Who was it? Who came?
I mean, don't ask me. He was there for you. He gave me his business card.
Yeah, he's sweet. He does all my stuff from probably half of the hops I get are from him. And yeah, he's a local lad to you. He's from, I think he brought up in.
Yeah, I think he was from down in Worcester. I think
I didn't speak to him.
No, I briefly spoke to him to get his card. But yeah, no, that was cool.
There's a big question that's just popped up here, which would be really good, because I think a lot of people would like to know a bit more about this, and I know it's a big topic as well. But yeah, any tips for starting up a nano brewery?
Looking to attempt small-scale hazy pales, nippers, dippers, live in Brighton and part of good homebrew communities down there.
Oh God, I mean, I could do
a whole hour on it. Yeah,
a TED talk.
I think if you've got a few things, I don't know. It's so dependent on each person. But the licensing's relatively straightforward. It's a bit of a ball ache and there's a fair amount of paperwork, and dealing with HMRC is a bit scary. But you can license a brewery quite easily. And I think that I don't know. I mean, this is all personal. This is my opinion, but I think some of the issue most people have if they're starting a nano brewery, nano being really, really little, is they just don't make enough volume of beer to make it work as a financial thing to sustain them as a single person working. You've got to make a certain amount of beer because it's a relatively low value product. You've got to make quite a lot of it just to wipe its own feet, really, because it's quite an expensive thing to make as well. So the margins aren't particularly great. But as something to do, it's a really wonderful thing to do. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I was in a lucky position to do it because I had the leg up of having somewhere to do it. Basically, I had to build the building, but it was basically for free because I own this plot of land. And yeah, I think that's pretty much the biggest thing you can, like, having a location, having somewhere to do it is huge. And then creating a good brand. If you've got a sort of brewery mind, if you've worked in beer and you know how it works, I think you're in a better position than most. But yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah,
can for that.
Yeah, I'll go. So I've just given the can for this beer over to my wife.
Yeah, so we'll move on to beer number 3.
But Kiwi Getaway, tell us about that while I go and get the can back really quick.
I will grab myself a bit.
Smells good. So interestingly, just kind of loosely based on what Jack was just saying there about kind of setting up a nano brewery and stuff. I think what Jack was sort of saying in a roundabout way is there isn't much money in beer. And this ties in nicely to an episode which we've got coming out next week, which is also going to be a podcast episode where I speak with my local bottle shop owner, Mark, who you met, Jack. And he basically, well, we shoot the shit and he goes on like a pitch as to the fact that craft beer is too cheap. We don't pay enough for our beer. And it makes quite a very compelling case for it. But obviously it's going to be one for people to pour over with a beer and make their own mind up.
I think that's going to be a controversial opinion to a lot of people. I think that's going to ruffle a few feathers.
I think it probably will, but I think
you backed it up very well.
Yeah. I mean, kind of makes sense. But anyway, Kiwi Getaway, that's coming next week.
Yeah. So we've got a 5.5 hazy New Zealand pale, brewed with the hot box. So the hot box, a tap room, bottle shop.
Yeah, my most local tap room in Ware, and I'm going into business with them, sort of, because we're building a tap room of our own together, not under the hot box name, in Cambridge. So it's quite exciting.
Hopefully, you know what? I was thinking to myself, do not tell anyone that, because I thought that was a massive secret, and you just go and blurt it out like that, Jack.
Well, it's not. It's a secret that everyone who has asked us about has told. And also, we've not signed anything, so it could all go horribly wrong, and then we're going to be embarrassed. But,
that's big news, though, man. So you're going to be opening up your first proper tap room. So you've got a small little tap set up at your brewery. This is going to be in a place with people, I guess.
Yeah. Passing trade. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the center of Cambridge in a really nice building. It's a big bar as well. We reckon there'll be sort of 16 to 20 taps, and it should be, on a busy night, it should be able to get 80 people in there. So it's a pretty busy looking. We don't know how it's going to go. We haven't signed the papers yet. It's been 18 months in the works, and all I'm going to be doing, it's going to be a barren bar. We haven't even really sussed out I think it'll be, because it's on the streets, King Street, and we reckon it'll be barren on King Street as the title, just so it sort of tells you where it is in the name, which is sort of handy. And we're hoping it will go smooth, but the council have been a pain in the areas.
That's unlike councils.
I know.
I don't know what you mean. Yeah. I've had nothing but joyous experience with our council.
I think we need to have a change up of how councils are run. Maybe that's what this podcast should be about.
So we got another question here. Andrew, I've got a load of Strata in the freezer, but I'm not a huge fan of it. What should I brew to use it up?
Oh, I know what to do with this. We want to brew a shower gel, Andrew. So, yeah, do yourself a hop forward shower gel and get it into Waitrose. There you go. There's my tip. Jack might have a better one.
No. I mean, Strata's basically just like the weediest hop, and it sort of tastes. I think it tastes a bit like cheese and onion. It smells a bit like cheese and onion crisps when you open the bag. It's really weird. And if it's not your bag, it's not your bag. But yeah, I don't know. Just water it out with some hops that you really like. So if you've put in 25% of that into an IPA, it'll enhance certain things without being so overpowering. But yeah, I wouldn't get rid of it. It'll last forever. It'll last some years.
What pairs well with it?
Well, if you were making a Fuzz clone, Mosaic, because it's just Mosaic and Strata. There we go. That's what you should do with it.
Nice plug. Colin has said that English hops are having a resurgence. I'd love to see you do a proper big English IPA using British hops.
Now, this is a conversation I think we've had before. You had a bit of a dalliance with British hops, didn't you? Did you try and grow some yourself at one point?
Yeah,
I didn't remembering that wrong.
No, I have tried, but they didn't really work. I've had some really good bags of Harlequin and Jester and Olicana recently, and I've not used them in IPAs. I've used them in the darker beers.
So isn't the double West Coast has got a English hop in, hasn't it?
That's got Harlequin in it.
There we go.
Nice.
I used it in the hot side, and I actually I added it into the mash for the first time. I think I haven't done that much before, but actually Ziggy had it. Ziggy had a bit of some mash hops as well, I think, didn't it?
I think so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, mash hopping. Yeah, you did that. You did do that.
It's quite a new thing to me. I've used them in the hot side. I just don't use them. I don't think they're yet powerful enough as an aroma to use as the main bulk of the flavor. But yeah, you're right. They are having a huge resurgence, and I think if we keep at that, then we'll see an awful lot more English hops in IPAs. But it's really hard to compete with the American hops in flavor intensity, I think.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, I know that was one of the things that they always talked about with like stylized IPAs, where they were putting like, I don't know, we did a video on it last year, didn't we? But the idea was that some of these hops, or these stylized hops, would be adding more of that punchy aroma and flavor, which means that feasibly you could then maybe have English hops down the line that are stylized that pack the same punch as the American equivalent, but that hasn't kind of gone that way.
It seems like that stylized explosion of excitement is slightly dipped. Styles are an interesting part of the broad range of flavors you get when you're adding a lot of hops to a beer. I think we were expecting it to be more of a exciting a sort of flavor addition. It makes some difference, but yeah, not quite as extreme as we were expecting. Oh, and it might all change.
Is anyone still using those? Because they seem to have dropped off the face of the planet, or they're certainly not being promoted as stylized beers. No. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a pipeline one that we had last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good as well. That's a great question. Actually, I'm just going to put this up because I completely forgot about this. Whoops. I'm trying to do this with Chris's beer in the way. Hang on.
Wait.
So, do you value the Untapped Community Awards after winning 4 golds? Did you know you won 4 golds, by the way?
No idea.
If
Ziggy hasn't won one, I'm going to be real pissed off.
It's probably a bit too late.
Look, I haven't had a look at this. How do you find it out? Is it on Untapped?
Yeah, I think if you go on your dashboard, I don't know if you get any alerts or anything on it, but yeah, the only ones I saw that won, I kind of lost interest. But there was oh crikey, which was the brewery that won all the top awards on that? I can't even remember who it was.
I don't know.
But I remember going, that's a weird collection of beers to be winning top prizes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, I can't remember either. I don't pay much attention to Untapped, to be honest with you, Adrian. I don't know if you're really involved in it, but
I can't remember exactly. I didn't look at the awards, but I did see some people who buy my beers sharing some things. I think I won for the red IPA because no one makes red IPAs. I won last year's red IPA one as well, but that's because I made that last year and this year was a double red IPA, so it probably was helped that it was 8% and over the top. But I can't remember what the Untapped. Can't remember what else I won. But no, the thing that doesn't really help it as a particularly useful source is that there are so many categories of Untapped on Untapped. Yeah. So you if you were to make a lager, that if you when you're making a beer and you add it onto Untapped, you type in lager and there are 30 options. So if you were to pick a really niche one, if you'd be like, I'm going to make a sorghum lager, I don't know, but something really niche, you'd probably be the only person making it, so you would get a gold star.
That's true.
I can't remember what I won, but no, it's nice. And Untapped is a funny one because I don't do too badly on it in general, broadly, but it's still it's the least enjoyable part of my week is checking Untapped to see if I've had any horrible complaints. But it's useful to see if something's gone wrong.
Willow won #1 German Pilsner in England. I'm assuming that's your beer, otherwise that would be a strange stat.
But again, like I don't know if I've really categorized that correctly because it was brewed as a German Pilsner style, but I don't imagine very many people are brewing beers and tag them only as a German Pilsner. But I thought it's a fucking good beer. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear. I'll stop swearing.
Yeah, of course
you can swear all you like, my love.
Yeah,
what do you like? But it was a good beer. But it was I thought it was one of the best lagers I've ever made. But there might have only been 10 other beers in that category from England that year. So
I saw some top shithouse memery on Instagram about the Untapped Awards. I think it was username with beer in it. I think it was that one.
But it is a world-class troll though, isn't it?
Yeah. But it was essentially just about pointing out that the amount of beers and breweries and stuff that were winning golds on this Untapped thing, it's almost like everyone had a medal. It was more difficult to find someone that didn't get a gold for something.
Maybe that should be my target next year: is not get a single gold, silver, straight under the radar brewing.
Yeah, but I really like the Kiwi Getaway one. What hops was in this one?
Oh yeah, sorry, I never actually said it. This is Nectaron and Nelson. But it says in the blurb, the nerdy bits, it says joined later encoded by some Abstracts Nectaron for another hoppy boost. Explain Abstracts Nectaron.
Abstract is an American company that take hops and actually all sorts of things, all sorts of plants and flavors, and then they create a terpene-rich liquid. It's like a concentrated flavor enhancer, totally natural, and they build back these crazy flavors. So they've taken is it Nectaron? Nectaron.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've taken a hop of Nectaron and then basically created a concentrate version of that. So I don't really like adding these things as a replacement of hops. I don't think that works. But as an addition, if you're already adding loads of hops to this beer and you just want another boost of flavor, it's a really nice way of like, here's an extra tiny little bit. But it's tiny. It's like 100. I think it's 118 milliliters I put in for a whole tank. That's a really small amount of. It's a huge. It gives you a lot of bang for your buck. But yeah,
is that like when you added in the Nelson hop oils into Ziggy?
Yeah, that I think. I can't remember what Ziggy had. Where is Ziggy? Was that Nelson oils?
It was Nelson oils, yeah. I think.
Yeah, it probably was that then. Nelson, and I might have used some Hopkeef as well. I can't remember, which is a similar sort of thing. Just another way of, we're all trying to make as many layers of flavor as possible, and you've got to use real hops. But once you've used so much hop matter, you can't like get any more in there without it never clearing up. You've got to come up with other ways. So it does work really nicely.
That's interesting because you're seeing so much of this more than ever now. You're starting to see things like Citra Dyna Boost and Hyper Blast, and it's like getting all these like mad words that sound like they've just been invented, added next to you. Is that just a company name then, or is that?
They're normally they're particular types of oil extracts. So Dyna Boost is an oil extract that's recommended to use in the hot side. So after you've turned the elements off after the boil, you add it then, or you can use it in the dry hop as well. They're just various products that the hop merchants have created that they would recommend using in conjunction with hops. But all of these things I caveat with saying they don't work as a replacement. Like, the great thing about adding pelleted hops is so much of you can't replicate that in an oil form. There's so many parts of that, good and bad, that we want in our beers. And if you have a beer that's entirely made up of oils, you can tell because it doesn't taste thick and fluffy anymore. It starts tasting a bit like you're licking the bottom of a medicine drawer.
Yeah. Right, what's next?
Well, speaking of which, Ziggy, the actual dog, is making a right racket in a water bowl. So that's
is that water or is that Dyna Boost?
Licking up the Dyna Boost, yeah.
Hydrogen Dyna Boost.
So it's time for Ziggy, I reckon.
Or is it? I don't think it is. I have a feeling there's another one before.
Shunks next,
Shunks, Shonky.
Christ, there's a lot of beers.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Let's
Shunks, everyone. So let us know in the comments if you're following along with this. If you're drinking along, how are you getting on? How are you feeling? Strangely, I feel relatively sober.
Give it time, Chris. Give it time.
But I reckon if I try and move, then suddenly there'll be a burst of blood around my body, and suddenly all hell will go to loose. Go to loose. Yeah.
I feel completely sober. Can't string a sentence together. But...
I'm fine.
So we ramping up a bit here. So we're going to Shunks, which is 6.5%.
One of my favourite little backstories as well, this one.
It's a good story. It's actually smelling it's relatively similar to Kiwi Getaway because Nelson is the most dominant flavour in Shunks and Kiwi Getaway. So. But it's not. It's after Fuzz. It's the only beer that I've really. I sort of brew it once a year. I try and brew Shunks for January, and it's about an old folklore from 1,000 years ago about a dragon slayer who's about a mile away from here. And the story is just so nuts. And the guy was called Piers Shunks, and he killed the dragon that was plaguing the local villages. So, if that's not a reason to make a beer, I really can't think of.
That is cool. I mean, I don't know if there really is dragons. Oh, whenever you see things that are about dragons, I always just, and I'm sorry if there is anyone Welsh in the comments, but I just always imagine that it's like some weird historical euphemism for a Welshman. So maybe there was a Welshman terrorizing the town, and Piers went and sorted him out.
I'm more surprised that there's a human being called Piers Shunks.
It's a strong name.
It is a strong name.
I absolutely adore. I wish I was called Piers Shunks. That's cracking.
It's better than Piers Morgan.
So we've got here. This is a Citra Nelson IPA. Then, so two of the big boys.
Yeah, it's two of the best. It's very hard when you create a recipe that when I first thought of this, I was like, I need to make a recipe that I'm happy enough with that I repeat, and I'm really bad at that because I'm always thinking it doesn't matter if this recipe sucks because I'm not going to brew it again. Whereas with this one, I was like, well, it's got to be good because I've brewed it 4 or 5 times now, and I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean that I don't mind if they're no good and they suck. I do care a lot, and it doesn't really happen because normally I'm being careful enough. But
yeah, it was quite funny when we did the Hot Vault tasting event because a fair few of those beers you kind of just ragged on them. You're like, yeah, I wasn't really happy with this, but you know. But yeah, I mean, it's always good to be your own. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier somehow to tell people what I dislike about them than what I like about them, and it's I've always got a critical head on. It's ruined my enjoyment of drinking beer. I go up to a beer and I'm like, oh god, not this again. Oh, I can smell all the issues.
This is one of my favourite beers of yours.
Thanks.
When we came down last time, I remember going, that's an absolute winner. I think you had a can of it on the way back home, if I remember correctly.
I was drinking it in the car, yeah.
We were stuck on the motorway.
While you were getting a speeding ticket. What happened with that, by the way?
Oh, I've got to go to a speed awareness course.
Oh, okay. Because last time, I think it was on the Patreon exclusive podcast, you basically said that you weren't going to reply to the thing because that was an option.
No, it says, do you want the points and to pay a fine?
No.
Do you want to, no, of course I don't. Do you want to attend a speed awareness course? No.
No.
Or if you don't want any of these options, let us know and you can take it to court. So I don't want any of those options. But I also don't want to go to court. So yeah.
Your balls aren't that big. But yes, no, Shunks was great while you were getting a speeding ticket.
Yeah.
Is that why you got a speeding ticket? Was that the?
It was like we cracked it open, and then he was just only like, "I need to get home so I can have a beer."
I don't know. It wasn't that. Also, I knew damn well with Dan in the back of the car, also drinking cans of Shunk, that he was going to need the toilet within the next 10 minutes. So if I didn't put my foot down, there was going to be an accident. He's got the man's got the bladder of a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and so do I. Yeah.
It's a long way to yours. I was surprised driving over to do the tasting at Hot Vault. How long it took? Jeez.
I have. We'll come back onto the little after party that we had, and the morning after. But I don't know how you got back the next day at that time. Oh my god. We'll come back to that.
I felt a bit smug actually about that. I was quite looking forward to getting to the brewery and sending you a selfie to be like, ha ha ha! Look what I've done.
Hit by a
train. I was crawling myself across the landing at that point when you sent that picture. I could barely get into my own bathroom. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
surprised.
anyway, before we move on to that story, which will be the next beer, yeah, it is a long way, and that was one of the reasons why I think we ended up kind of foregoing the canning, because it was just
it's not worth it.
it was going to be like, I really did want to come down and do it, but you were also, because I think you were going on holiday and stuff the week after, weren't you? So you're like, I kind of want to get this done on the Thursday if possible, but because we have real jobs, it's just if more people signed up to the Patreon plug, then maybe there's a chance that I'll be able to do this full time. And
no, just you,
just me.
Yeah, great.
You make too much money otherwise.
God, hardly. Right, so we've got a few updates on the comments.
So
okay, so we found your other beers that won the awards.
Found your gold, sir.
Thank you, Adrian.
One horse race. Timmy.
That was the red IPA. Timmy was a black IPA. Again, like
there we go.
Niche. These are niche categories. Red and black IPAs.
There's been some really great red and black IPAs over the past 12 months, though.
Yeah,
actually, Elusive in particular have done some.
Elusive did a nice. I think they did a red double IPA.
Yeah,
and so did Cloudwater about the same time. Because I remember thinking,
crystallography is it or something? Yeah,
possibly. I remember thinking, have I been ripped off? Have I ripped someone off? I can't tell. But all these things came out at the same time. It was lovely.
But if you're winning red IPAs over the likes of Oregon Trail, then you're doing something right, because that beer is spectacular.
It is good. Well, what can I say?
Just the best.
So,
red IPAs.
Seabass has said, who's a Patreon because he's a good lad. He's a hop lord. Next non-Bruiser box beer for me is Gunslinger.
Gunslinger by who?
Yeah, by who? By who? Let us know. I had Andrew said I had a few at the local tappy earlier, so he's only partaking in every other beer tonight, which is probably
we've got some hardcore preloading going on here by the looks of it.
Yeah, but Lynn is doing the same thing as what me and Paul are doing, which is sharing. So we're okay, we're fine, totally sober. Colin, good. Did have some pre-match beers.
Good man.
Well, I hope the match went everything that you wanted it to be.
To be do.
Triple Shunks. Any chance?
This festival might have changed into the Shunks Festival.
Shunks Fest.
Well, what are we going to call it? So you got Shunks, Shonkier.
Yeah,
Shunks,
and Shonkiest.
Shonkstonbury. Isle of Shunks.
We can work something out.
Yeah.
I think you need to incorporate Pierce into it.
That's the next thing, isn't it? It's going to have to do. I'm going to have to do Shunks Fest.
Adrian doesn't feel that this is 6.5%, but I trust your gravity testing.
Oh, it's at least 6.5. I think it might be a bit over. I'll have a look. What's the guile on it? I can't see it. Where's my can gone?
209.
209. You got
209.
Those glasses are doing wonders for your eyes. How on earth did you see that? It's here.
209. Exact ABV.
Andrew's got just a quick question for Paul.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm not usually that bad. It'd been a long day. We just wanted to get home. I wanted to have a Chinese.
Yeah, Shunks is way over 6.5. On the cusp of not being allowed to be called 6.5.
What is it?
It's about 6.72, I think.
Oh, really?
This is what I like though about because you have this thing where the duty went up, didn't it, in 2023, and they made it so that suddenly all your 8.5% dippers had to be under 8.5, so they ended up being 8.4. I remember us having a conversation with you kind of around that, and it's just a marketing exercise. It's basically just changed the number on the label, isn't it?
You're allowed a fair amount of leeway. I mean, you've got to aim, and if you're doing a beer all the time, you've got to average out the ABV that you state, which is what Carling weren't doing. I think they were brewing 4% Carling. I don't even know how strong Carling is, but they were always brewing it at the very lowest limit, which is 0.5% lower than what you can state. So you've got 0.5% lower or higher to play with, which is a lot. That's the difference between 4.5. If a 4.5% beer could be labelled as 4% and 5%. That's a huge difference in people's perception. But with some things, I'm often making beers that I've never made anything like it before, and you've got a lot of variables, and I nearly always get it pretty close to, at least within 0.1%, but things do happen. But
Shunks happens.
Yeah, Shunks. That's more extreme than I've had for a long time. But I remember Shunks being particularly potent this time. But yeah, I'm glad it doesn't taste very strong, because that's sort of the goal. It's nice to make beers that are really punchy but don't taste very strong.
That's the mark of a good beer for me, when you're drinking something that's punching well above its below its weight, I guess. But yeah, I think someone in the chat earlier mentioned Pentrich has been a favourite. And I always remember one of my favourite beers of all time, actually, was the Pentrich Tipper. And I forget the name of it, but we had it on in our tap room.
It's like
you did not know you were drinking
Double Dream Tempo or something like that.
You did not know you were drinking. You would even say it was a dipper. It was just immaculate. So yeah, I love that. I love to be fooled.
So Colin is loving this, loving the dry finish, a bit skunky. And I've noticed that as a theme, kind of a running theme in your beers, at least the ones that I've had since January. I know some of those were some of those had the Pineapple Express thing in. Yeah. So there was kind of a bit of Mary Jane going on about it. But you seem to be enjoying the skunkier side of things.
Yeah, I don't know if that's, I don't know how or why, or if that's just a flavour that seems to crop up. But maybe it's a mixture of my processes and my hop choices. Or maybe it's an issue that I need to sort, because
you've got a serious skunk problem, my friend.
Doesn't sound good.
We've got
it's a gateway taste, though, isn't it?
A question from Steve here, Legend Steve. Would Jack ever take on a heavily fruited sour, a la a Rekka or a Bar Bar Brewhouse? So Bar Bar are a brewery over in Texas, I think. They're ridiculously smoothie soured.
They do the marshmallow type sours, don't they? What do they call it? Fluff sour.
I wouldn't say never, but it's really not my bag. I don't really enjoy sour. I can appreciate good sour, sort of lambic style or traditional, but I never really choose to drink the fruited sour, the slushy sour stuff, and it's just from preference, and I don't really know. I mean, I roughly know how they're made, but there are so many places that make them. We've got Pastore only half an hour from here, and they make great versions of that stuff. And if they were to try and make an IPA, it probably wouldn't be great either. So we sort of stick in our own lanes, and we make. That's not fair. They would be a much better brewery at making IPAs than I would be at making sours. That's
well, sure. I mean, regardless, I think there's also the added element with these smoothie sours, where especially when you're fermenting with like actual fruit, it was, especially when it first started, like the Cherry Rekka and stuff like that Staggeringly Good did. It had issues, man, like can explosions and stuff, because it was going through secondary fermentation in the can. So you've kind of got to know what you're doing to be fucking around with it before, you know.
I've always wanted to speak to Staggeringly Good after that debacle, because it went, it just literally exploded. But people sharing their Rekka explosions, because did you ever see it, Jack? Because when
I remember the thing happening,
it was like the blob.
Yeah,
you know, it just came out these like huge bubbles, and it was just like the freakiest looking thing. But you know, it was ruining people's carpets and walls. And
fucking brilliant.
It was great. Yeah,
I think it's a marketing exercise. I think they did it deliberately, just to make
that's what I mean. Yeah. I'd love to know what the effect was on there. Was it detrimental or positive?
So I spoke with the guys from Staggeringly Good at Derby Beer Con the year before last, and I was like, we really want to come down and speak, doing a bit of marketing. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to come down. And he's like, yeah, well, you can. I've just got myself a wrestling ring. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I want to start doing wrestling. So we're going to like tap room wrestling. So we're going to start doing events. And I don't know if that's ever taken off. Like I've not even checked in with them since, but I just had this idea that it would be incredible to go down there and start a video where me and Paul get like body slammed by someone, like well, not even a big wrestler, just by one of the brewers. That'd do. I don't mind who.
Take about 3 people to pick you up and body slam you, though. I'd be throwing around like a doll, I reckon.
People in the comments, have you guys been staggeringly good? Do you know anything about a wrestling ring? Let us know.
Oh, Adrian lives by Elusive, which I'm very jealous of. I've still not been to their tap room either, which need to remedy that.
I'll pop to the loo and I'll get the...
You go and do that. So, speaking of... when you're saying you can have discrepancies in the beer volume, the ABV, and you can kind of pass it off as an IPA sometimes, or sometimes it's a lot stronger. Me and my wife Hannah, we were down Newquay way in Cornwall last week, and we stumbled across a nano brewery called Brasloo. I don't know if anyone's heard of Brasloo, but it's like a tiny little, tiny. I mean, you're basically Marston's cause compared to them, Jack, with your setup. To be fair,
little.
I mean, titchy, and he's but it turns out he's really quite famous because he'd left a very great career in marketing and PR, I think, in London. He was very, high up in that world. And he just jacked it all in and went off to rural France to start this little brewery out the back of essentially a truck in rural France. And he did that, and it was terrible.
Cool.
So he wrote a book on it, and that became a Sunday Times bestseller. And then he wrote another book, which sold even more.
Genius.
Yeah, it was amazing. So he's come back over here and he's writing his 3rd book, but he's opened up a little brewery in Cornwall, doing French-inspired modern craft brewing, which sounds vile, but it was actually really good stuff. But he basically released a DIPA and he gave us a can, but it's 6.5%. And I went, "Why are you calling it a DIPA?" I said, "Well, I thought it was going to be a DIPA. I'd already done the artwork, so." I just left it at that. So yeah, he's pushing a 6.5% DIPA, which I've not tried yet.
That's difficult. The rule, there are no real rules about what you can class things as, but you'll just get hounded by the customers about getting the style wrong. So
that's true. There was I did a bottle share event at the Hot Vault on Thursday, and there was a couple of Omnipolo collaborations, and I can't remember who the collaboration brewery was with. It was an American brewery, I think, but they called it a tipper. It was an oat cream tipper, but it was 9.2%, and everyone around the table is kind of like, "Dipper though, innit?"
Yeah, it's not.
That's not a tipper. You're not
gonna get triple figures. Yeah, sorry, double figures.
Yeah, triple figures. Yeah, so but I mean, I very much took the opinion that, in this age of self-identification, who am I to say that beer can't identify as a tipper?
Yeah, exactly that.
Maybe it does that.
Hey, man.
But
live and let live.
You've just had a message there, Jack. You're in some lauded company there. Look. Burt Mill, Baron, Elusive, absolutely smashing the West Coast, the red IPAs and the black IPAs. Couldn't agree more, mate. We want to go up to Burt Mill, actually.
Yeah, I think Craig's going to sort us out. I think he's going to get us an in.
Nice,
good company. I like those 2 breweries very much.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Right, it's Ziggy time.
I think it's time. I've got the down here. Actually, I technically bought enough that we could have a can each of this.
Let's see how this goes.
Okay. I mean, we can always have another one at the end, can't we?
Yes, exactly that. Oh,
I already gave Hannah one.
Well, there we go. We can share that one.
She can top us up.
Punk? Is the star of the show over there, Hannah?
Let's try and bring her in. You should try and wrestle her over. We'll do a bit of ASMR.
Should we bring Ziggy the dog in? Ziggy.
And we've also got our, for those of you who did do the thing, we've got our Ziggy Stardog themed beer mats. Which quite nice.
Yeah, they're great. Really like those.
They're really cool, yeah. Courtesy of our sponsors, Mosaic Board Printers, Europe's leading beer mat manufacturer.
Oh, we've got a nose in. Oh, we had a little bit of Ziggy nose. Oh, she's gone. She's half asleep.
She'll be over. She'll definitely find a way to intrude. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying this again. And we also need to get the photo of.
I was going to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like this, Jack.
You're gonna have to go up to the camera or something.
So do you want to give the backstory, Chris? I'm trying to find it.
So yeah, obviously this beer was originally we wanted to call this Bum Egg, and as you see in part 2 of the brewing documentary that we did on it, Jack managed to talk us down from the bridge on that one and said maybe you should call it something like a dog, because everyone likes dogs and beers with dogs sells really well. But we still wanted the name Bum Egg on it, and as far as me and Paul are concerned, this beer is still as much as it is about his first child, Ziggy Stardog, it's also the beer really known as Bum Egg. Now, earlier today, I was in the hop vault and drinking myself a couple of pints of Tegs, and I saw a message pop up on our Instagram, and it was sent in by Nightbreed Beers, Craig, and he'd sent me, he'd sent me an image of the of Bum Egg. You've got to go up to that one.
I'm going to have to go right up to there. Tell me when it's big enough to actually see.
You're going to have to come back a little bit. Oh, it might not work because of the focus. In fact, no, I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to find a way of sending it to myself, and then I'll put it up in here. But while I do that, let's talk a little bit about this beer, Jack. How happy are you with it in the end? How do you think it went?
I think it's great. It's got a different feel to it to all the other dippers I've done, the ones I can remember anyway. But I think it's really interesting. It's weird, and it's really sweet and sticky, and it's got that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the color of it. Oh, that's one of the things about it. I mean, when I look at it, I'm just so happy with how it looks.
It's not as it's got a thicker, oatier look about it than a normal double IPA.
I don't know if I'm just misremembering it, but that's tasting a lot danker than last time tried. I don't know if it's just because we've been drinking other beers beforehand, but that tastes a lot weedier. And I think it's very sweet still.
It's always tasted dank to me. I've always.
Oh no, yeah, but like much more than I remember it from last time.
Yeah,
it's good though, isn't it?
I think it's I think it's good. It is weird, and it has this it's a strict because the yeast. I've never used this yeast with a double IPA before, and it was one of the yeasts that Brewer Select supply. The chap you met, Dan, who came to the hop vault.
Yeah,
and I don't know if anyone had used it in a double IPA yet, or I think it was relatively new. So it's behaved in a different way. It's left a lot more sweetness than I imagined it would, and it's very it's got a sort of overripe melon thing, which sort of turns into that rubbery dank. And melon and then dank is quite a good mix with, I think, with this sort of thing. But yeah, like sort of Galia, cantaloupe, melon, whatever they're called. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think it's cool.
I think it's cracking. Yeah, it's still got a massive hop burn thing.
Yeah, it's
which I really like. I like a beer that makes you work.
Yeah.
I thought it hadn't got a burn last time, or as much of a burn, but I must just have been a bit more drunk because it's got a bit of a burn.
It is really, really good, and I think what I originally didn't get from it, it's in downloads. It's not going to work because we need.
It'll work. We just
we need a video. That's the thing. It
we're
needs to be a
desperately
video
trying
file.
to share this.
If you can turn it into a reel and then download the reel.
Oh my god, this is way too complicated.
We'd be able to do that. Yeah, I originally didn't get it from the beer the first time, but the second and every other time that I've had it since, there's so much orange to it. The orange in it is just absolutely slaying.
Yeah.
There's like loads of orangey citrus. There's, I do get pineapple in it.
It's almost got like, it's not got lactose in it, but it's almost got a lactosey yogurt-like sweetness. It's, I don't know. It's weird and cool and fun.
Diesel aftertaste,
Yeah,
which is a good descriptor, I think. Yeah.
Dank Galaxy Diesel aftertaste.
I can't get enough diesel in my beers. More diesel.
Skunk and diesel.
In fact, actually, I know what we can do. If we just go on to, because
all we want to do is share
Craig
this image that Craig from Night Brew put together.
Did we accept the collaboration?
We did indeed.
Okay, so if you head over to our Instagram, you will be able to see the bum egg alternative artwork that was there. Like, I can't show you because our camera's now over there. We're not on the laptop camera. But if you go over to there, you'll see the.
There we are. It's
Lovely.
It's apparently the what's the name of the egg? The egg's called something.
I want to say Gurum. Oh, I don't know. It's all too modern for my liking. Gudetama.
Gudetama, yeah. Which, funnily enough, I showed it to my wife, and she was like, "Oh, that's Gudetama." And then Craig, who'd done the artwork on it, said, "Oh yeah, I showed it to my girlfriend," and she said, "Oh, that's Gudetama." So it turns out that, like, all these weird, I don't know, waifus, I guess, know what Gudetama the egg is, but we don't.
Well, I googled it because I'm way too old for this nonsense. But I
don't think it's that.
He's a perpetually tired, apathetic, anthropomorphic egg yolk. So
I can relate. That's a hot egg. I've never seen such a hot egg before.
It's a sexy egg, isn't it?
Cruising around on an egg whiteboard.
Thank you, Craig.
Anyway, it was. I thought that artwork was great, and it'd be interesting actually to get Harry's opinion on that. His bastardized artwork. Send it to him. Let us know.
I think I know as I kind of approach the wrong side of 40 and the right side of 50. I still don't know what I want to do with my life, but I think anthropomorphic, perpetually tired egg yolk is definitely a life goal. I want to strive towards. That's what I want to be now.
It's the new slacker, isn't it? It's the new beach bum. Right. So as we're enjoying this Ziggy Stardog, which I think for me, let us know in the comments what you guys think. What are we getting so far? We're getting Lynn thinks gooseberries, which, to be fair, yeah, that's the Nelson, isn't it? That's Nelson doing Nelson thing. Colin, dank as fuck, right up my alley.
Good man.
Yes.
I'm definitely getting the kind of chewy American style IPA-ness going on there.
Yeah, and Legend Steve says Skunk and Diesel could be a band.
Steve, I thought that when I said it, but I thought it was a bit obvious, mate. So I don't
right, let's talk a little bit about the after party. So we did the Ziggy Stardog launch event, and then, as is usually the case when we have these Meet the Brewers events, when they come down, these aforementioned brewers, they always want to try a Bathams because it's like a rite of passage. You've just got to go and do it. And we were hoping to go for a Bathams before with you, like as in before we did the event. But you clearly underestimated how long it would take to drive up to us.
4.5 hours it took me.
Oh, fucking
Jesus,
hell.
really?
You drove at the wrong time.
Yeah,
so you arrived, pretty much had to just throw your stuff in the hotel, come and do the event. We had 6 beers, was it 6 halves, and then we moved on to the Bathams afterwards. And this is something that was like, we knew we wanted to take you to the Exchange, which is supposedly where we have the best Bathams in Stourbridge. That's the one to go to of the 2 pubs that do it. And you initially, I mean, what was your initial thoughts on it? Let's have your thoughts on Bathams.
It was quality. It was an experience.
it was a particularly black country pub, Jack.
It's cool. It was like it was something I've not been to before.
But you actually flagged something which I'd never considered, but then afterwards I've not been able to get out of my head. Which Bathams is you said, "Oh my god, diacetyl." And I was like, what do you mean? You're like, it just tastes like diacetyl. And I was like, is that bad? And you were like, it should be. but strangely, this beer's carrying it.
It was banging. It was the perfect example. If you were to do a tasting of what diacetyl, if you're to try and do a speech and give people samples of what diacetyl directly tastes like as a single off flavor, that pint was the perfect example. But it was also delicious. It was like diacetyl's it's a buttered popcorny.
Yeah.
It tastes like Werther's Originals to me, and that flavor in beer, if you're making IPAs, sucks massively. But if you're trying to make a really lovely bitter, it's nice and creamy bitter, it's really good. I don't know if I'm not. I don't know. I don't want to sound mean. I think it was a really good beer. And that might be exactly what they're aiming for. And a lot of amazing beers do have a decent diacetyl taste to them.
It's a weird thing, Batham's bitter, because I struggle to be critical of it in any way because I was brought up on it. Do you know what I mean? I can't remember the time when I wasn't drinking that.
His mum's breasts. That was like breast milk. Is Batham's.
Yeah. In fact, that's where the beer comes from now. She's hooked up to a machine in the black country. That's not true.
In the bull and bladder.
Don't call her that.
She's the bladder.
But it's clearly ridiculously sweet, and it's clearly whatever ABV wants to be that week, because you can have 3 pints of it and just have a jolly old day. We can have 1 pint of it and start a fight with someone in the car park. It's a weird beer, isn't it?
It's so in. We always seem to do things like this and then throw in a Bathams, and then ultimately we feel bad the next day. And it's so easy to just think, it's the Bathams that did it. I should have just carried on drinking Jack's 6.5%, 8% beers, and I'd be fine. I'd be waking up and I'd be fine.
But it was just the Bathams. It wasn't anything to do with the massive stouts we had after back in the hot pot and the whiskey.
And the whiskey. Yeah.
That was the sobering up time. The Bathams. I think we started with a ridiculously strong beer tasting and samples of other stuff, and then finished with whiskeys and impy stouts. The Bathams. I mean, I don't know. It might be a bit stronger, or I don't know what the ABV is, but they went down. I think the issue with that sort of beer, the reason you get so smashed on it, is you just drink it fast because it's so easy to get down.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little bit stronger, I can't even remember what it was. What's it, 4% ish?
4.2 supposedly.
Oh, no, I think it's 3.8 the bitter.
No, 4.2.
Oh, no, you're right. Sorry.
4,
Yeah. No, it is. You're right.
But
so 4.2/6.6.
Yeah, slash 10% on a good day. Yeah.
But I think also definitely something to mention is the mild. I actually think is better than the bitter.
Oh, the mild was really good. I really like the mild. I preferred the mild to the bitter for sure.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. What was quite funny is I was trying to piece because as we said earlier on, we alluded to I think we got back in. You got back to your hotel probably about 2ish, and because I got home about 2:05, and I live about 5 minutes away from the hotel. So, yeah, I reckon by the time we'd left Hot Vault and got back, it was 2:00 in the morning. I'd clearly had enough. went to bed, and I woke up and I felt like a fucking train wreck. I was like, and to the point where I was like, I need another hour in bed. Like I can't cope with this. This is too much. I got up and I literally went for those. They're basically like expensive Baroccas. They're called fizz tablets. They've got like electrolytes and stuff. I have them for running, but I was like, I'm just going to have one of these and go back to bed. So I did that, and hoped that when I woke up again, I'd feel a bit more normal. And then when I did wake up, it was like 9 o'clock, and you sent a photo of yourself into our little WhatsApp chat where you basically just you were thumbs downing with a sad face, but you had your gloves on and you were like, I'm already starting a brew now. And I was like, what the fuck? When did he leave? We're like 3 hours away from.
I couldn't brew the kettle. It was ridiculous.
What time did you wake up?
We left each other that night at the kebab house, and I'd got back to my hotel, whatever that hotel is next to Hot Vault, which
Talbot, yeah.
Talbot.
I can't rave too much about.
No, I did go, wow, when you said that's where you were stopping.
Yeah. Mark was like about 11 o'clock in the Bathams. Mark was trying to get you. He said, I'll even pay for the Premier Inn if you want to go. Like, I'll pay for your room there.
Yeah, that hotel, it felt like blood should come out the elevator and there should be like two little twin girls on a corridor. It was properly creepy, shining place.
I've seen some weird shit in that pub, man.
And there's literally there was no one else staying there. And I was in like the furthest, if there had been a fire in the middle of the night, I don't know, it was a proper labyrinth to get, anyway, I had half of my kebab and then left it on the side in the hotel room. So the room was just smelling like horrible kebab. And I woke up at about 6 after only 3 or so hours of sleep, and I just couldn't bear the smell. So I just thought, fuck it, I'm going home. And I sent my key off to I left my key at the reception and fucked off and it was so early, I got home in no time. It took me about 25 minutes to get home. And
no speeding
tickets. Okay, when did you speed awareness course?
Yeah. But I managed to get back nice and early and get mashed in. So I had an event on that evening. I think I was going to my sister's
that was it, yeah.
birthday in London. We went to the Mousetrap that evening in London, so I had to get a brew done before then. So it was all a bit hectic, but it went perfectly smoothly.
That's the reality of owning a microbrewery, I guess.
Yeah, you do have to get things done when you like. There's no Saturday and Sunday off. Like if you've got an empty tank every day, you're not putting a beer in that. You're wasting hundreds of pounds of time. So
yeah. I like that. What probably got you there, other than the smell of a kebab laden room, was I want to get back and send them a photo of me at work. Because
I was so ready. I ran up the brewery, put my gloves on, and was like, oh, and I've sent it thinking they're going to open it and be so shocked and be like, oh, this guy is so cool. How is he doing this? He's
to be fair, that was exactly what I was like. I cannot believe that you're.
I knew you'd open that and think this guy is horrible. What a horrible little creep to be sending us photos like this.
There's only one other guy that I know that does that, and it's Ollie from Bruiser.
Yeah,
he's stayed around mine before, and like we've got insanely drunk at ridiculous hours in the morning, gone to bed at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, yeah, I'll see you in the morning. He's like, yeah, you probably won't. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I've got some things to do. I'll probably be good. What time do you get up? And I was like, I don't know, like 8:30. And he's like, yeah, I'll be gone. And then it turns out he leaves about 6 o'clock. I'm like, what the fuck? You've had 3 hours sleep and you're absolutely hammered.
Yeah, that's the danger. Is I was more worried about still being a bit smashed when I was driving than I was about being tired. But I think when you've got stuff to do on a hangover, it's quite nice because it's nice to work on a hangover rather than be trying to have a nice day on a hangover. So I'd rather just be in miserable pain and caffeined up and crack on.
That is true. Yeah. But that was a very enjoyable night. That was a great one.
It was very fun. Thank you for having me. I had a very good time. It was nice, and we discussed some seriously deep topics that evening. We covered basically all the bases. It was great.
Yeah, it was great. I think that was what got me onto the precursor of this is why I need to get Mark for the beer is too cheap thing, because he was on a mission.
Yeah,
and I was like, you know what, that's a good point. That I want to give that some credence.
So you're doing that as a video, a separate video, are you?
So yeah, that is coming out next week. While I'm away on holiday, the video's ready to go now. Probably whack it up for the Patreons at the weekend. Actually, I'll probably whack it up tomorrow.
That'll be very interesting. I'm looking forward.
But it's about 35 minutes. A really good talk. We had about an hour chat, and I've condensed it down to 35 minutes. But it's really interesting because essentially, it's all just built around the framework of the sense that everything's kind of fucked right now. You know, with the fact that national insurance is going up, VAT is still high, business rates are up, everything like that. Craft beer industry in itself, not just craft beer, but the hospitality sector is going to fucking cave in because some of the messages that I read that I've took into this chat with Mark, that I've, like one guy said his business outgoings are going from £800 up to £2,500. And I like that a monthly pay. Like, how are you going to make that work? And basically, what I came off the back of that chat with Mark was some of his things. Essentially, that business rates need to clearly go down. He isn't big on that going down because he sees that as a sticking plaster on a bigger issue. But his main one is that so much is put on pricing craft beer, and that it's too cheap. Beer is too cheap. Essentially, when you're going into these places, they're subsidizing cheaper drinks for the drinkers, and they're paying their staff minimum wages. That they could get better jobs, higher paying jobs elsewhere. The only reason why they're there is because they like working there and they want to do something that's in beer. And I think he's just bemoaning the fact that there isn't a way to really make it a viable career, I guess, working in pubs and beer.
Yeah, and I think that's the sad thing, isn't it? It's no one goes into this game anymore from a serving side, you know, being a landlord or, you know, being some career in hospitality, thinking this is a career. It's a pit stop for something else. That something else is becoming less and less as well, which is a bit worrying. But it's the business rates or the business tax relief stuff that's about to come to an end. That's going to devastate. I mean, there's businesses that have not just been surviving because of that tax relief or the rate relief, should I say? But they've built a business on top of the fact that that's there because it's become the norm. I'll be very surprised if the government decides to pull it.
No, they're not going to pull it.
It's too much of an own goal to do that. It's like it doesn't exist anymore. Just write it off. It's done. You know, just carry on as is, and things will tick along hopefully. But if they say right, the relief's over, it's game over. There's businesses folding all over the place. It's going to be awful. Anyway, that's a miserable.
I mean,
miserable thing to talk about.
That's a conversation for next week after, and no doubt we'll do it on the podcast after the episode's gone live. But yeah, Ziggy Stardog, what a fucking beer!
Good, right? I'm glad.
It's a serious beer for serious conversations.
And just to lighten things up a little bit, no, that's the puppy's name, Adrian. She has got a kennel club name, and it's ridiculous, and I can't think what it is. Can you remember what it is, Hannah? Oh, no, it's stupid.
They'll have a certificate. They always do.
It's
you have to have a certificate if you got your kennel club.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's like Dr. Water. There's a doctor in it. Yeah, she's a doctor. So she's got a PhD.
Steve's message there. F's in the chat for Banks is mild. Obviously,
yeah, we talked
a little bit about mild earlier. I mean that's just a brand that's just been soaked up into Carlsberg, Marston's, and is now no more. Essentially, like just down the road from us, Jack, we got Banks's. I mean, are you aware of Banks's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
R.I.P. in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. in peace. I mean, they weren't making anything like bitter, like Banks's bitter, for many years. I think they changed to like Sunbeam or something like that. Amber. But yeah, I mean, it's still sad when essentially a cultural icon in the beer world ends up just being nothing more than just a casualty of, big beer capitalism.
I think the worst thing about the Banks's brewery closing in Wolverhampton originally was that once the smell of the brewery had gone, you could actually smell what Wolverhampton actually smelled like, which was fucking awful.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
You Midlanders, you hate each other's territories, don't you? You are so tight on this. I got in real trouble.
Wolverhampton allowed.
Down here, like everyone loves everyone. You should come down to the south. We're just having a great big party.
That's because
Essex and
you've got a lovely setup down there. That's why, you know, Wolverhampton's just traffic lights and the occasional crackhead. You know,
we don't always have Elon Musk's twice ex-wife showing up on a horse and cart at the tap room.
Yeah, that's just your reality, man.
That's so weird.
Yeah. For those in the chat that aren't aware, that was the thing when we were originally down there filming with Jack back in 2023, I think it was. Just randomly, Elon Musk's ex-wife, she'd married him twice and got divorced to him twice. She showed up, lives just down the road from the tap room, and she showed up with a new fella who's the lad from, was it About a Boy, or what's the film?
Is the kid from About a Boy, but then he was in Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Jojen Reed, maybe.
And then he did a really great turn as Malcolm McLaren in the Sex Pistols thing recently, which was great. He did a great job at it.
But yeah,
lovely hair.
They appeared, and she arrived on a horse and cart, which it was not what I was expecting.
And then put the horse in your garden. I think, Jack.
Yeah, you. I hope you charged for that grass.
Is this not normal? I don't understand.
That's just Saturday.
I don't know. I don't know how to put grass on the till. What do you?
Yeah.
It was just before they rocked up on that horse and cart as well. That guy had just walked in from nowhere and he was wearing full lederhosen.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah! Yeah, the lederhosen guy.
Like not the cheap lederhosen you get for Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
Full on leather, well crafted lederhosen.
Real laders.
And he was just by himself and he just gone for a walk. And didn't you ask him why he was wearing lederhosen?
He said all his other clothes were in the wash.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's a valid answer. Yeah, but it does also beg the question.
He has got an amazing sense of style. This guy, he's.
Is he a regular?
He's German, so he's allowed. And
that's true. Yeah, he's not culturally appropriate.
He does look good in them. So
talk about overcompensating, though, right? I am German. Yes, obviously. Look,
I am German. You know.
When you go to Germany, do you not wear like a top hat and tailcoat?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's more of a bowler hat actually. Yeah.
And I like to call it a morning coat, but yeah, that's true. Right, I think it's time to move on to treading lightly because I think Ziggy's doing the business right now. So we've got next treading lightly, then Fred, and then
you go through all of them. You're not going to jump forward.
What's that? Sorry,
you're going to go through all of them tonight, or are you going to jump forward? You're making your way through every one.
I think we're making our way through, man.
Wow.
We said we're doing it. We're just going to do it.
Nice.
Yeah. So treading lightly. This is a really good one. I remember this one from the event last month. This is a tip. It's a redo on, was it Tippy Toes or something?
Toes, yeah. I did one with a cat that had funny little tiptoes on it. Yeah, and then I changed up a little bit. The beers 2 years ago would have been quite different, hopefully, tasting to the ones that are brewed now. Hopefully, they're better now than they used to be. But
Luminosa, Jack.
Yeah, that's my first and only try using Luminosa.
So we've got Citra Nelson, Simcoe, Idaho 7, all familiar names, but Luminosa's both a new one for me. What does that bring to the table?
I was sold on the word pink grapefruit when I saw the tasting notes of Luminosa. It was like pink grapefruit and that sort of bitter, pithy thing, but still really fruity. So I thought it would be that is the only difference between Tiptoes and this new one, Treading Lightly, was that it has Luminosa in it.
So pink grapefruit, is that what we're looking for here?
Well, you can tell me if you think it tastes nothing like pink grapefruit. But
as I'm pouring this, there's some drama happening over there because our cat's just bought the second mouse back to the house. So yeah,
has he bought another mouse in?
Yeah. So we recorded a video on Wednesday, was it?
It was the Orval tasting.
So we did the Orval tasting recording around Chris's house, and we recorded it. It all went really well. I was ready to go home at 9:30, and then your cat walked in with a live mouse.
Yeah,
and just like let the mouse around the house, and like, your wife just freaked out. Then you freaked out.
Well, I like how you totally just went for it. Like you're like, oh, it's cool. I've done this before, and then you went straight in, and you and Kate were trying to catch the mouse, and I was just keeping a distance. I was like, I'm fucking well away from that.
Do you remember Tom and Jerry when like the housekeeper went Thomas and pulled the skirt up and like stood on the chairs? That was like Chris. It was trying to get the furthest away from the floor as humanly possible with this mouse running around.
I was like, does anyone need a drink? I'm just going to pop to the loo. But does anyone need a drink? You all know what you're doing.
I'm just going to pop to the shop for an hour.
Yeah. but no, it was carnage. We had to turn up like the sofa had to go up because
bookcases came out.
Yeah, the bookcase came out because it initially went behind the bookcase. Then it ran under the sofa, so we had to get the sofa up. Then it went behind some boxes. We moved. It was like my daughter's toy chest, so we moved that. Then it went under the TV. Then we lost it, and we still haven't found it. So jury's out. We've got a mess.
But the point was, Chris came round, and Hannah, my wife, said, "Oh yeah, I heard about the mouse problem. Our cat never brings mice ever." And then that's the second mouse he's bought this evening since she said that.
It was almost comical because like Hannah had said that, and then you went to go and pick up the kit that I'd forgot, and then I looked out the window and I was like, "Is Steve got a mouse?" And it's just there batting this thing across the.
They're so evil, these cats.
Oh yeah, I mean,
they play with it.
I'm a bit annoyed that my cat didn't just finish the thing off when it came in, but I mean, whatever. It's one of them.
Anyway, let's just enough mouse talk. Hang on a minute before we get into this.
Adrian, agreed. So, I now pay for 2/3 of a pint in a craft beer bar. More for that than a bitter in the local pub. I'm happy to do so, but pubs will close. Yeah, yeah.
It's a weird thing though, isn't it? Because your local corner backstreet boozer is going to have higher overheads because they're going to have more staff. Typically, it's going to be a more classical pub, but the beer isn't going to be as pricey by default to buy anyway than you would in your tap rooms and stuff. But to compete with what's obviously becoming more mainstream, which is craft beer and brews like Baron, they're gonna have to start buying that kind of beer in anyway. But the next generation of drinkers aren't going to be interested in your Enville gingers and I'm desperately trying to think of something that isn't a Banks's at the moment and failing, but that kind of thing, because it's just not happening. Those old drinkers are dying out now. I mean, literally. So I think the more modern beers coming into play, but those pubs are going to get few and far between. I'm thinking of pubs like in Sheffield when you got the Rutland or the Shakespeare or somewhere like that. They've invested wholeheartedly in being a classic pub, but with a completely new lineup of modern.
You've got to do that, I think. Have you thought about doing? Have you made anything for cask yet?
It's been on my mind since the very beginning. I actually did my first cask collab yesterday, with Unsingford Brewery, which is the most local brewery to me, and and they only do cask and a little bit of bottle, but nearly everything is cask. And they're really good at what they do. So I thought it'd be fun to do a cask collab. But yeah, speaking to them about pricing, it's just the price. They sell really good beer to pubs at such a ridiculously low rate, and then the pubs obviously have to serve it well, which requires more effort than keg, and they've got to get through a decent amount of it to make it worth doing. It's all gone wrong. And
no, it's a really good point, because I mean, obviously I don't want to give too much of the video away before it comes out, but I mean, one of the things that Mark kind of wraps up with is, we need to stop looking at cask as a cheap option. And yes, we are looking at like your cameras and Weatherspoons and stuff, where like they'll give you vouchers to go and get your pint of cask for £1.65, and you won't mention anything to do with the quality of it or the service or anything like that. We view it as a cheap option, the cheap beer to go to. When actually it's a speciality. It's a unique thing to this country to some degree. Obviously, as the craft beer channel are trying to highlight, it should be one of the most expensive things on your beer menu, really. But yeah, it's
very. I won't go on to it here, but this is my massive bone of contention with Camera as an organisation. I just think they've got everything so wrong. I think their priority is just to cock. It's they're desperate to promote cask as the ultimate dispense. That's wrong as well, at the most basic level, in my opinion. But then they moan if things are over a certain price point. Like, it should be God-given right to get something for £3, and that £3 seems to be the absolute sticking point for a price. This is just not the modern world, man. It's they're just so backwards.
Well, the thing is, it started out as a campaign for a thing, for real ale, and now it's achieved its goals, and now it's just a drinking club for old dudes who like to get their Weatherspoons vouchers every year and go and get some money off at Weatherspoons. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Hey, quit busting my balls.
Oh, hang on. Actually, we'll go to this one while we're drinking Treading Lightly. This is a question from Steve. What's Jack's favourite beer?
Which isn't his own.
Oh, that's a very big question.
Oh no, Jack hates all his own beers, doesn't he?
What a beer.
I need to come up with an answer to this. I get asked this a lot, and I give a different answer each time. But probably, I don't know. Probably the I always, in the fridge at home, I've always got Sierra Nevada Pale. So I'd say that's probably
it's an absolute formative beer.
It's a stone cold classic. It's old school.
Yeah, works with everything.
Yeah, actually, to kind of just go back in time to Ziggy Stardog. I found that Ziggy was quite old school in terms of the kind of flavour of it, and it's a DIPA, like a New England DIPA, but it's not what you would expect now. Like so many of the dippers now are also soft and almost like you're drinking well under the strength and just thinking, oh, well, this is a great beer. I don't really know the difference between an IPA and a dipper on this one. But Ziggy kind of took me to, which I think is why it did the trick, because I think when I first drank it, when you told us not to drink it, when you said it's going to be way too green, do not drink it. I'm going to send you some cans, but it's not ready yet. Don't drink it. We received it. We did drink it. But that was the time when, because originally we wanted it to be like a verdant keep left, and that was the most keep left it ever had been. And I think that's because it was probably the most green it's ever been. And also everyone always says verdant beers are green as fuck. So probably that ties into it. But I just found the whole thing kind of old school, like an old school dipper. It wasn't that light and flavorful and soft thing. It was more. It's dank. It's
work for me.
Yeah, it's a sleazeball coming up to you with a business card that's made out of, I don't know, marijuana, and saying you can also smoke this card when you phone me.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh no, I'm going to get off this. Anyway, we're drinking treading lightly.
You've gone too far. Just two things. Andrew, yes, we have watched the Keep Casca live series. It's really good actually, but Cameron put everyone off because all they do is talk down to the other options. Yeah,
that's a really important point.
It's really important actually. We again, Mark from the Hot Vault, we spoke to it a lot, and we had this idea about doing something with an aspirator and getting a cask of the same beer. A cask of the same beer. One with an aspirator, one without an aspirator, and then just running those two together and see what comes off best. Because camera are aspirator haters, which is baffling.
Asper haters,
we call them.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to stop the beer being preserved the best it can possibly be? On the principle of
I can't believe. I don't believe I've never met an aspirator hater. I don't believe they exist because I would say exactly the same thing as you. That's what I hear about camera. But everyone I've talked to is like, how can this be spun in a negative way?
It's baffling.
You're keeping beer fresher for longer. It's like,
I say, I suppose for people in the chat that aren't aware of what aspirators are, they're essentially a thing that you can add on to your serving thing, which essentially puts carbon dioxide into the beer, meaning that it doesn't oxidize and therefore it keeps fresher for longer. Now, normally with a cask, you wouldn't have that, and you'd need to sell that cask within 4 or 5 days before it starts to turn. But there is actually evidence that if you have an aspirator, you can have a cask on for 2 weeks before you really get any kind of negative taste from it, I suppose. Camera have historically been against it. I think they adjusted their position to neutral on it,
which is ridiculous, isn't it?
But it's one of the things which we're currently at the moment looking at doing with the Hot Vault, which is essentially a triangular tasting test where we'd be able to essentially test it and go, okay, well, we've got two casks of the same beer, one's aspirated, one's not, and we're just going to keep coming in and sampling the beer every day or every couple of days or whatever, and just see what the drop off is.
That's going to be very hard for you because you're never in the Hot Vault, are you?
But it's an interesting one because, like you say, I have not met someone that is against it, but yet there is clearly some words against it, and so, and I also heard that our local brewery wouldn't be able to get into the Good Beer Guide because they used aspirators.
It's just mental. Again, example of camera not really understanding how things work, because it's not like someone argued early. I used to work when I was working in my previous job. I worked in cask for 3.5 years, and half my job was to persuade people this is a better way of looking after your beer. But it's not. I think half the issue camera had at the beginning was they thought that it was like a keg, creating a pressurized cask, sort of force carbonating the product, which is not the case because it works at. It's just topping up that cask's cavity, because when you're pouring off cask, instead of air seeping into the top at the shive, you've got CO2 being drawn in. It's not adding anything. It just means that the vacuum that's left in the cask is in a neutral environment. If you've got an issue with that, and that is causing a decline in beer sales in your thing you love, then sure, just look at your priorities. It's so much more obvious. The important thing here is that people look after their beer, serve more cask beer, and keep cask alive, rather than just let's serve something that doesn't work very well because not enough people are drinking it. That's just a negative spiral into something that doesn't exist anymore in 10 years' time.
They've been in a doom spiral since the 80s anyway, Cameron. This is where my argument against camera. I'm not against camera. I'm against their attitude about things and their pig-headedness. Really, I mean, where a lot of people get the camera influence from is from the 80s, where the Carlings of the world were started dominating. And they did start coming into your local pubs and taking over the bar. With crap beer basically, and that's where camera really started to shine. It's like, well, we're not standing for this. We need to stand up for the Great British Pint and tradition and all that stuff. Great, noble. We like that. That's
sure.
great. But that became such a crutch. K is bad. It's almost ingrained in people. Like my dad, for example. I think a lot of people's dads of our age, it's like our age. I've got 10 years on you, but of a certain generation, where it's like they hear the word keg, they just automatically think bad because of this sort of brainwashing that the cameras done on them, and it's I've deprogrammed my dad now, basically, because we had a tap room, and she he prefers my wife over me, and she's talked him round and made him try and be like yours.
So I had a good chat with your dad the other day. And
yeah, exactly. But he was if you'd have said keg beer to him 3 years ago, sorry, he'd have gone. Ooh.
Yeah.
Because automatically it's Carling, it's macro lager, it's stuff that he's fundamentally been opposed to since he was a young man. So yeah, that's the brain rot the camera's infected in people, and they haven't really remedied it. Because what they should do is go. Modern beer is mainly keg dispensing. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
but we still want to keep cask alive.
Modern beer like this, Fred.
Nice.
We're moving on. So this is the newest IPA on your roster. I read on the back of.
Certainly was when I brewed it.
I'm just going to wash these glasses out there because we've been drinking.
I know, yeah, we're terrible for this. But yeah, no, I think we're making pretty good time actually for drinking 8 beers. How are we all doing in the comments? We all good? Let us know how you're getting on with the drink along or what you're drinking now. Seabass, are you still there? What are you drinking?
I just want to say hello to Rasco as well. He came in.
Yes.
He came in about an hour and a half ago and said hello, and I forgot to say hello back to him.
Yeah.
Hello, Rasco.
So, Adrian, what's the price of a pint in Brum now? $5.40 is my normal in Hampshire. I'd say $5.40 is probably about the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's about the same. Do you want to do the pause?
It's a big city. I mean, we are 17 miles exactly west of Birmingham, where we are. Go to somewhere like the Hop Vault, you're going to be paying obviously a lot more money because we're buying absolutely top quality craft beer. Go to local, backstreet Black Country pubs, you're looking $3.70, sometimes £4 a pint.
Yeah, I think what's Bathen's bitter?
Oh, that's still
the mild's 280. Mild's 280. And I think Bathen's bitter is 340. But bear in mind when you go to these pubs, you're literally hamstrung between bitter, mild, and a selection of macro lagers, which is usually fine for everyone, to be fair. But if in Birmingham, $5.40 is definitely, I would say, the going rate for a pint. Craig said, I will choose well-conditioned cask as a superior serving style for so many styles and not because it's cheaper.
And that's exactly the point, right?
Yeah.
That's how you should have your head.
And I think that's just the danger, isn't it? It's that we're in the danger of cask is being fucked up so much and can be fucked up so much, it puts off the next generation of drinker. They're just going to stick to the keg stuff because it's consistent.
And also, we haven't really touched on this, but we won't dwell into it. There's no education for bar staff.
No, yeah.
So it used to be when you worked behind a bar in a good cask pub, you'd learn the cellar, you learn how to treat it, you'd learn how to serve it, you'd learn when the cask is ready, all this good stuff. But it's just gone now. You just now got wage slaves doing pouring, which is really sad. So
yeah. And finally, we've got a comment on Ziggy. Ziggy has a really nice acidic bitterness to balance the sweetness, which I agree with. And there's some other comments which we will start making our way through shortly. But for now, we're going to drink Fred.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I just had a swig of that without even thinking. But yeah, this is a new one to us, isn't it?
Yeah, this is probably one of the first ones that I'm like, I think Kiwi Getaway I hadn't had before as well.
Tell us about this then, Jack. We've got
crushing it.
It's a crush beer.
I'm not that happy with this, but I'm
Really?
brewing it again because I think I can do.
Surprise.
I think I can make Fred. I was so excited about this recipe, and I don't think it's right yet, and I want to brew it right. It's got a burnt. People often say with this, because crush is quite sulfurous, it can give you that sort of burnt match thing, and this has got too much of that.
I'm not getting it.
Fruit.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think it's too much. I think it's different to the others, but again, in the context of this drink along, I'm more than happy with that because it's just brought something completely new to the table. I get what you mean, burnt match sulfur. 100%.
I don't think it's fruity enough. I was hoping for this explosion of tropical flavor, and the recipe is really good. The hops I got when I opened the bag, I remember thinking these aren't smelling as sort of fruity as I was expecting, but let's see how it goes. And it didn't go right. So I'm gonna have another go because I think I can make it much better than this. And I like Fred as a name. I think it's a good name for a beer.
You can will you call it Fred again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Fred again's good. I like that.
I think I would get in trouble calling it Fred again.
Is that one of those newfangled pop bands that I hear so much about?
He's a musician man, I think.
It's brewed. Oh, it's SARS.
SARS.
So my first thought on this, Jack, is it's a lot drier. And I was weirdly, I was getting a bit of a almost like a wheaty thing going on, which I really like actually in this case. And then I looked at the whole farmyard thing going on here, and I thought, is that deliberate? But you just said it was meant to be like a big fruit bomb, so
it's not. I wasn't going for wheaty. What number are we on? What's this? 220. Let me have a look.
220.
Fred 220. Yeah, I just it's actually the same yeast that Ziggy has got, but it doesn't taste anything like the.
Oh, is this the 04 fruity? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're doing yourself a massive disservice there. I think that's just really good. And
I'm not getting any burnt match.
I am getting the burnt match, but I think that's a really good thing. I almost didn't want another big juice bomb, and that just broke that up really nicely. It's like thing we did with Orval the other day. It's like we were saying what I love about Orval as a beer, because it's one of my favourite things in the world. Orval, is when you're in Belgium and you're drinking massive, strong Belgian beers, which are overpowering in various different ways. You have an Orval, but it's Brett character. And it's almost like just punches through. And this is just doing the same thing for me here. It's not saying it's Bretty, I'm just saying it's like a completely different character to the others, and it's great.
Yeah.
You're your own worst critic though, Jack. So
yeah,
for sure.
Seabass is still here. He's sipping a Ziggy, and it's still tasting as good as the first can he had. And he also said, "Stonking ronk on it still."
Good.
So, I'm going to call it Stronk to abbreviate that.
Stronks. I think that's I think Fred's a really nice beer. I think you are probably being a bit harsh on yourself there, but that's to be expected as you are your own worst critic. But I mean,
I'm pretty horrible about my own beers in general.
But I still reckon Fred again should be a thing.
Fred again, that's quality.
And I'd like to see what the artwork kind of would do with that, because I love. This is Max. So does Harry and Max? Am I right in saying that Harry is more of the cartoony sort of style, like the full can stuff, like Ziggy? And does Max do more of these kind of like tableau ones where there's like, because for instance, when we go to Hog Killing Time, That's all black and white, and it's similar style to this. Is that also Max?
That's a Max. Yep. So Max is a tattoo artist, as you can probably tell from the style, but also a multifaceted artist. Harry does, in general, more. Yeah, he does a lot of cartoon stuff. He does huge paintings as well. They're both so good at what they do. They grew up just over the hill from here. They're brothers, and they're my best friends, really. But it's nice working with people who you really love, and they're also very good at what they do. They created the whole brand, so there have been 12 or so artists in total, because I often get people who are just wanting to have a go sending me some cool artwork.
Well, I've noticed that before. You don't exclusively stick to the Wild Brothers, as we'll call them. No. But clearly they've dictated the brand which you need to stick to.
For sure. There are certain things that are so if I have a new person saying I really want to do a design, I send them over a brief, and it's got a rough color palette, and they know it's going to go on a tall white can, obviously. And if they've got the right sort of style in the first place, I'll look at their Instagram feed or their gallery or whatever. And if they have a similar vibe, then that's great. If they don't, if it's completely different, then I won't touch them. But they normally self-vet themselves. They're not going to say, "Oh, I want to do a design for you," and they do like perfect portrait designs. That wouldn't work. So
that's really cool. We recently, and for those of you who are patrons, you've already seen the episode. But we recently did an interview with a guy called Tim Weaver, the brand weaver, and he is essentially like branding and breweries. He's all across that, and it's kind of like his specialty. And we put to him like some can designs and stuff, and one of them was like a Baron can, and yeah, it was really cool. Him just going through it, and just.
Oh, nice. What did he say? Has he got any advice?
No. Well, there was no notes really in terms of like the way you could improve it. It's just more the sense of that there's only positive things to say about it, the way you've got your information on the back and the consistent brand style.
He was a real pain to point out there's a difference between design and illustration, which is quite right, because he is into the label design. And I think the positives of the Barrow one, from his point of view, is it says everything you'd possibly want to know about that beer, but very, very concisely in the right place. You know where to look. It was very complimentary about the setup. Yeah.
So one of the things that he talks about, and it's in the opening gambit, it's the opening hook of the video, is he talks about the thumb test, which is a thing that is in branding where if you put your thumb over or your finger over the can of the thing that you're drinking, whether that's still discernible. The example that he was using was beak. So he had a beak can, and he was like, if he covered the word beak, you would still be able to tell that you're drinking a beak can when someone's looking over and what you're doing. And I say it, I do think that you would be able to do the same with Baron. I mean, obviously you always have Baron in different places, so I'd have to go covering up there. But I still reckon if someone looked at that, I would probably guess either Baron or Beak, because Beak sometimes Beak do their imperial stouts in just white and black. So
that's true. But it'll be one of the two of us. We have a similar look, but you're not going to mistake it for a Verdant or a.
Well, no, exactly. Yeah, precisely. So, and I think it's a really fascinating insight. So Well, if you sign up to the Patreon for like £2 a month, I'll send you the episode right now.
I tell you what's quite embarrassing though, during that interview, we held up. Was it Sure Shot?
It was a Sure Shot can called Sour.
It was called Sour, and it was just a bright green wrapper with Sour written on it in like really bad. I think it was like. It wasn't even Comic Sans. It was like Arial or something.
It was like a shit font, and it was pixelated.
I mean, we said, tell us about this, and he was going, "No, they're obviously trying to get at something here. I'm not sure what it is." Blah blah blah. And then we finished recording, and then he was playing on his mind on it, Tim, and he went, "This is I recognise it."
No, it was Luke, the podcast guy.
It was Luke. Yeah. So our podcast is like 12, so he's well into this stuff. And he went, "That can's a Charlie XCX, and it's the Brat album." cover. It's a take on that.
It's the Brat album cover, but I've just swapped the word Brat with sour.
And
more like,
and I was like,
what does that mean?
just, I don't care.
Have a sour summer, you fucks.
I've got every David Bowie album, if that helps.
Well, he's a pretty modern hip guy.
Exactly. But so when you said Fred again, Ern, it was like, bloody hell, what's going on? Have you been brushing up?
Okay, so let's just hit Fred. I've always found Crush too soft and subtle.
For what though?
I don't find it soft and subtle if it's used. If you get a good bang of it, it's really abrasive. But it might we all taste things quite differently, so that's why it's interesting. But yeah, I think if it's I had a Two Flints beer that I think was all Crush. It was just a pale ale, and I thought it was one of the best beers I'd ever had. It was about 3 months ago. I thought, it was so good.
It helps when it's Two Flints that know what they're doing as well.
Yeah, and I just I had it in a curry house in Shoreditch and Pippa was having a track pale, and we were buying these beers, being like, well, we'll get a track pale because that'll be amazing. We'll try this Two Flints one as well, and the Two Flints one was even better than the track one, which is high praise because I think of track as being absolute number one.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things that we said on the evening that we did the Ziggy tasting. I think you basically showed your true colours and said that you think that Track are probably the best UK brewery.
I'd say overall, I'd say they're probably my favourite. Yeah.
People in the comments, who are your favourite brewery at the moment? And you're not allowed to say Baron.
Yeah.
How about we keep it like that?
I don't think anyone's going to say.
No.
Well,
I think you'd be very surprised. You're certainly in my top probably 5 at the moment, mate. So
it's a very tough. There are so many amazing breweries. I could give you a top 10 more easily than a top 1. I think.
That's true.
Give us a quick blast through. Who's doing it for you at the moment then?
Verdant are doing quite well. Quite like their stuff. Have had an amazing couple of Cloudwater beers recently.
I've dropped off Cloudwater completely. They don't need to be. Well, no, they're just not in the local tap rooms anymore or bottle shops.
I had a couple the other day that were glorious. Really, really like them. I put Two Flints in there.
Yeah.
I like some of the Phantom beers very much.
When you said Crush, when we were at a farm trip, Rachel from Phantom is one of the brewers there. She bought a beer that hadn't currently been labelled, but it was a Crush beer, and it was really nice.
Yeah.
Like it really broke up the session nicely.
Yeah. Rivy would definitely be. They're in the top few. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
No,
we bumped into those guys again at the Love and Beer Festival, the Craft Beer Channel Festival.
Dane.
Is Dane, yeah. Dane was smashed. They was having a great
time.
He
just gave me an American beer. He gave me like Fidens or something like that. He just gave me a Fidens.
He just smuggled his own beer in.
Have that for the train.
People like big expensive bottles from his bag. Yeah, I'll have that. It's great.
He's like, have that for the train home. And I was like, I'm not getting the train home. I'm getting the car tomorrow. It's like, we'll have it now. It's fine.
Yeah.
No, they're great.
He's a hospitable person. He knows how.
He's a good lad. I like him a lot.
So we got some. Firstly, this is a nice one for you. Honestly, Baron is the most consistent brewery I've found for my taste in the last couple of years.
Oh,
so isn't that good? So no pressure. You just got to keep that up.
I'm going to ruin that. I'm going to do some horrible things.
It's a complete pivot incoming. Oh God, you've got a cidery, haven't you?
Legend Steve, Track, Beak, Baron, Verdant. Jack may be modest, but he's in that bracket.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, Beak obviously in the top 10 as well. I've huge respect for those lads.
Seabass, he said Phantom. Couldn't agree more. So yeah, it's nice for those guys to, and the reason they gave for that was so consistent, which is lovely. Right, we're going to move on to the next beer now.
Only are we?
I think we should. Yeah. Which one is it? Let me have a look. It's hog killing time.
Oh, it's the finale.
Time to kill some hogs, Jack.
Right, we can crack both of these then, because
let's go big. So this is going to be interesting, Jack, because I know that when we've had conversations before about the reason why beers are named what they are, anything to do with animals, given the fact that you're in kind of rural East Hertfordshire, anything that's about animals dying, like Goat Slayer, is usually because animals are dying.
Yeah, very literal.
So I'm assuming that hog killing time is probably some kind of reference to this.
I wish there was a better story to hog killing time. I typed into the Google cool like cowboy phrases, and hog killing time was
really?
one of the
is it just that?
And I sent that to Max, and he was like, "That's a silly name. I like that." So he ran with it. But I wanted, because the previous one was a Western themed West Coast. Other West Coast IPAs need a sort of cowboy vibe. At least I know that cowboys aren't even really West Coast because they're sort of more central. But
they're more Midwest. Yeah.
But I thought it'd still be quite fun to stick with the sort of cowboy.
No, I like it. And have you been watching Yellowstone? Is this the thing?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of that.
Oh my god, me too. I'm so into it.
Yeah, my dad's been watching it so religiously. I've only started it, but because it's a farm, and he's a farmer, but it's obviously a very different vibe.
Does your dad get a helicopter everywhere?
Yeah, he's got this tiny cabbage patch of a farm, but he's got this helicopter to go half a mile to the other end of the hill. But yeah, he just can't get over the how romantic the Yellowstone.
It's so good. Like I'm halfway through season 2 at the moment. I've pretty much burned through season 1. So like, yeah, it's almost like landscape porn. Like just to look at it, you're like, what the fuck? This looks incredible. Like, I don't care that some of it seems like
it's completely bonkers.
My wife Kate is like, this is essentially a soap. She's like, this is Dallas. And I'm like, yeah, but it's Dallas meets Succession. You know, it's kind of those two things meeting. But the fact that it's just shot where it is and just how good it looks, it's so fucking stunning. So, love it.
Yeah,
Yellowstone.
The whole vibe. The vibe is, maybe that's
on about Yellowstone again. Yeah.
Well, it was just the fact that hog killing time is more just, it's less about killing hogs. As in, like, this isn't going on necessarily down the road from Jack. It's more just that he liked the cowboy turn of phrase, hog killing time.
Got some hog killing time going on.
Yeah.
Or as we'd say nowadays, let's fuck this pig.
let's fuck this pig. Let's fuck this hog.
Right. So this is that's a beautiful copper color, right?
Yeah,
this is what you're going for. The kind of old school West Coast.
Yeah. Well, the people I dropped in last time with Distant Lands, we discuss a lot about this style of beer and that they basically don't exist. Sort of old school Westies don't exist anymore, because if you get a West Coast IPA on the shelf, most of the time it's just a slightly clearer, slightly more bitter IPA. But this is not one of those. This is one person reviewed it on quite nicely on Untapped as a syrupy mess, which I thought was one star.
This one
syrupy mess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and I agree a bit. It's like it's not even very sweet. Like, it fermented out really well, but it's so boozy and so sticky. It feels like it's got a load of and after you've swallowed, it's like it still feels like you've got a load of maple syrup in your mouth. And I completely understand where Erie's come from, but it's also bitter as fuck. It tastes like licking a tree.
I like it. I think it could still be bitterer. I think you could still go more. You could go more IBUs.
Yeah, it is. You could ramp it up. The IBUs are they're softened by the amount of booze and the amount of sweetness is in that. So if this beer was really, really dry and was 6% and it had 100 and whatever 60 IBUs, it would be so bitter. But because it's so strong and because it's so sweet.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, you shouldn't necessarily take my word for it on IBUs, because for some reason, especially these days, I am addicted to things that seem to sap the saliva out my mouth. And that isn't necessarily, that's not necessarily a commercial choice that you should make. That's it's like,
it's definitely a life choice you should make.
It's an exception to the rule, but no, that's absolutely banging.
Oh, these beers, beers that suck this all like Gorilla Glue and stuff. What is it that's sucking the saliva out of your mouth? Is it like incredibly bitter beer?
He's just got someone who comes on once a week.
I've got a dentist.
You don't need to know anymore.
No, yeah, I mean, I used to get it with Alligator Tugboat, but I don't get it so much now, and I don't know if they've changed something about Alligator Tugboat, or whether I'm just like used to it.
No, I think you're just getting a resistance.
It could be a resistance, but I mean, I still do get it with Oregon Trail. I had Oregon Trail on cask, and that was absolutely
sublime.
It really was. I mean, it to have a beer that isn't carbonated and have that just do the Westy thing in your mouth. I was like, fuck, what is this? It was, and then to also know that it was like more or less 6%. You're like, there's no way I'm getting out of this session alive. Well, I am, because I'm not going to die from it unless I get hit by a car on the way home.
You can die from a dry mouth.
Yeah, or die from a dry mouth. But no, it's just yeah. I mean, Oregon Trail on cask is probably one of the best beers that I've had this year. I love that, and I really do think you should do more. I mean, I don't know what it takes for keg to translate over to cask. I know that there is a difference to it, because we spoke about this with Daya when we spoke with the head brewer there, and he said that when they do the steady rolling man cask, it has to change. Like, they have to change the recipe slightly, because there isn't a way that it necessarily just translates. You can't just whack the same thing into the two different serving styles of keg and cask. But it's definitely something that I think you should explore more as you go forward. Maybe lean into your East Hertfordshire roots, your home countries.
I do. If I had, it's a really lame excuse, but I just don't have any of the kit for it. So I don't have casks. I don't have a cask washer, and the logistical side's a bit more difficult. But I'd really like to do it. I was actually thinking of doing. I've been watching Keep Cask Alive, and they're so good at enthusing brewers to sort of get on board with this. We've got all these craft breweries who make good stuff, not touching cask. It'd be nice to do something. But I don't know whether I should go down the, for example, put Fuzz in cask and see how that goes, or do something more traditional. Do an ESB with a craft twist. I don't know. I haven't really come up with a solution.
See, I'll put my 2 pence in this, in that I really like it when you get modern beers in cask style. I really think it's such an experience, and something that really actually does make you realize the validity of cask. It makes you realize what it has to offer. And I think that if you just went down the route of doing an ESB or just a standard kind of bitter, you would end up just having your name attached to a beer that's like just an old school bit. And I think Verdant have gone down this route, because Verdant have obviously done their cask line has been very much like it's unremarkable for what Verdant do.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. If they went down the route of putting their beers, like, I would love to try Headband in a cask form. I would, that would blow my mind, I think.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably what I would recommend. But I mean,
it's also probably why. Probably my other favourite brewery of the past couple of years is Glasshouse, because all they do is modern cask.
Yeah.
So they do their usual stuff, but when it comes to cask, it's only modern style stuff they do with the cask, and it's fucking spectacular, Jack. I mean, some of the best beers I've ever had, to be honest, which is unfortunate because Chris has done his best to ruin our relationship with them. A slight story about that, but anyway, we won't go into it here. But yet, I would suggest what you do transposed over to cask in the best possible way. It would be an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, but I think I will do it at some point. And it's such a it goes back to the cask issue of price point and serving issues. If I were to do a firkin, which is 72 pints, with standard cask of 72 pints of a hoppy pale, hazy hoppy pale in a local village pub around here, is that 72 pints going to be sitting? Is like half of that going to be sitting in that firkin, broached 2 weeks later, brown and horrible, ruining my reputation, or is it going to be smashed out in a few days? Where I don't have to worry about that when it's served in keg. So it's a difficult.
Yeah, but would the potential tap room, hopefully it goes ahead, would that give you more room for experimentation in that regard?
Possibly. We haven't planned on putting cask in to begin with, but it could be. What do you mean for just selling more volume in general? Or
well, yeah, I guess both really. I mean, it's just spitballing at this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly something to consider. But it's like talking to the guys at the local brewery that I brewed with yesterday. Their price point is so low compared to. And that's just, I think I just have to do cask. If I did cask, I'd have to say, right, well, they're way more expensive than they're not 80 quid for a 72 pint firkin, which is pretty sort of typical, which is crazy low. Like that's mental. No one's making any money. So you can't throw a load of ingredients that you're really excited about into these beers if you're only charging 80 quid for 72 pints.
I mean, does the reality of collaboration take that off the table as well? So if you went to, I forget the name of the brewery you collaborated with.
Brewery.
Thank you. If you said to them, right, I want to do a Jack Barron beer with you, but in cask, and you're going to do it, do they say no?
Oh, they actually suggested it the other day. They said if they have the space in their tanks, to me just put one in. When possibly, but I don't know. I've only got so many hours.
There's options. There's room for experimentation, maybe. Hopefully.
Coming from where we are as well, if you did, like for instance, like drinking in the Hot Vault, and even anywhere else that we could probably convince to get it. If you did a beer on cask, it's not just the case that it would be, oh, Baron's just done a cask beer, so whacking that on. It's like it could actually be a bit of a song and dance about it. You know what I mean? And I suppose take that as what you will about what it means to be a cask brewery now, or what that means for cask beer. But I think that's a good thing because you're breathing potentially new life into a thing which could, which as the Craft Beer Channel point out, if we don't keep up with it, it will just go down the Swanee. It will go. So I think if you did do, like for instance, even if you just did Fuzz as an experiment on cask, I think that would be well worth doing. I reckon you could get a lot of tap rooms on board and bottle shops on board with stocking that as a cask beer. So it, I think.
Yeah, there's really no reason not to have a go. It can only really, it could only be, I think, interesting. And the worst case scenario is that you learn quite a good lesson from it. But that's
I mean, I think I said to you after we'd done the event, Fuzz, when it went on, it lasted 3 days.
Yeah.
So what was Fuzz? 30 liters or 20 liters?
30 liters.
A 30-liter keg.
It's not a massive footfall area.
It lasted 3 days, and obviously we did have the tasting event, which was like 25 people and whatever, and we all had halves. But other than that, that's what 13 pints thereabouts, 12.5 pints, and other than that, it's gone within 3 days. So there's a lot to be said for I mean, obviously, it's one of the reasons why you do lean into things like Fuzz, because it's worth doing, because it sells really well. It's price accessible for people. Give it a go in cask and just see what happens.
Yeah,
man.
and we actually, a friend of mine who runs a bar locally in one of the local train stations, he has a bar.
I love train station bars.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's such a thing now, aren't they? It's amazing.
Yeah, and he got married a month ago, and he the venue weren't allowing him to buy kegs from anyone else, but they could serve anyone's cask. So Joe just made 2 pins up, so a firkin's worth of Fuzz. I just took it straight out of the Fuzz tank. Exactly the same beer that would have gone into keg, but just before it was carbonated. And it went on the bar at the wedding, and it really was less than an hour. For like 72 pints were drunk in 1 hour, but there were, I don't know, 150 guests, and it was free, so it does probably make a difference. But everyone was just like, "I'll have 3 pints of Fuzz, please," and just wandering off. So
yeah,
absolutely. It tasted banging as well. As long as people are aware that it's cask beer and it's not going to be fizzy and cold, then they get on board. But yeah,
I mean the one who's transferred that the best in recently is obviously Sonoma. Sonoma, arguably one of the great pale ales of all time. Over to cask, it's just been triumphant. I mean, I had another pint of it yesterday. It was spectacular, and it's a different beer. It is not the same beer.
What's really weird is I prefer it in cask. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll stock cans of it for a low ABV option and stuff. But if it was on an equal measure in a pub as both cask and keg, I'd go cask on it. And I think that's the thing. And this is the other thing, right? I mean, we talked about Cloudwater earlier, or you mentioned Cloudwater earlier, who are kind of doing good things. And obviously, we're going to have Chubbles coming up next month. Presumably, they're going to do it. They're not going to not do it. One of the best-selling beers and one of the most exciting beers is it Chubbles 52 North or something when they do it on cask? Chubbles 52 North on cask, and it's like, it's great because it's like a 6 or 7%. It's on cask. It looks like you're drinking custard. It's an experience, and that's something which it leans into a weird niche of the hophead who loves that kind of beer, and then also someone that wants to try it on the old school cask like serving method, and it really fucking works.
What I love as well is when you see the old, not necessarily camera guys, but the old cask drinkers, and they go
waiting for it to clear. It'll clear eventually.
Landlord.
I've been there for a while.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's funny having that. I still have that conversation. The place I used to work, which is a cask brewery, the one of the brewers there will buy my beer and be like, "It's nice, but it took a long time for it to get clear." Like, it's not supposed to be clear.
And on about the education about modern beer to the cask beer drinker, it's remarkable. It's like, well, it's hazy, it's off, it's not filtered, it's not refined.
So I mean, for the layman here, the reason why these beers aren't clear are because they just don't have finings in them, right?
Yeah, but it's not. I think a lot of people think that it's a byproduct of what we're making. It's not. It's entirely deliberate. It's so a part of what the beer is that the amount of haze, there are so many things that the haze elevates the beer. That if you had Fuzz, for example, as a hazy beer versus fuzz that were fined, the fined version would just not taste nearly as intense. So there's so much flavor that's held in suspension by the haze. And the haze is made up of loads of different things. It's not yeast. It's not just a load of yeast in the beer. You don't really want that.
It's a really good point, because if you'd have done Ziggy Stardog and it came out clear, I probably would have cried into my pillow.
Oh, good. I'm glad it didn't.
You're like, good. I want to do that next time. I would have been like, why doesn't it look like custard, Jack? Why can't I see
having that conversation with someone 15 years ago? That would be the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Why doesn't it look like?
Why doesn't it look like custard? I really want.
And thankfully, it's custody as hell.
Did we ever send any beers to Verdant, by the way?
No.
Oh shit! Were we supposed to do that?
Yeah, I said to Tim that I was going to send some beers. I've got some of those ones that you sent to me. I can take them. I'm going to Cornwall. I'm going to Cornwall on Monday, so I can, and I'm going to swing by, so I can take a couple of cans in. 4 cans.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I've got some left if you need me to send some.
Oh, have you got some? Yeah, maybe you could send some.
Yeah. Just going to
who wants it?
Some little things up here. When we're talking about breweries that we should be involved in, I don't know Stardust. Azvek's absolutely brilliant. You like a bit of Azvek's, don't you?
I like the darks.
You like the darks?
I think they do exceptionally well darks.
Who is Stardust?
Does it mean Ziggy Stardust? Stardog.
Yeah.
I think
Get it right, Jack. Come on. You only brewed the damn thing.
Oh no, I should know that name.
I don't know Stardust, Adrian. Enlighten us. But yeah, so then we've got track, different level. Absolutely. Now, Dark Element, we've tried a fair bit of their stuff recently. Yeah, it's made its way up here. I've had quite a lot of Dark Element recently. I'd say it's 50-50, excellent and extremely good. So yeah, I'm liking their stuff.
We've got
Holy Goat.
Thought I was going to show that. Holy Goat up there too, but I'm not always in the mood for their sours. No, that's true. I mean, Holy Goat do probably the best lambic style beers, I think. That some of their red ales makes me need a Gaviscon. So yeah, I mean, that's surely a good thing, right? That's.
I'm not convinced it is a good thing, but it's just not for me. But they're good at what they do, but it's just too much, man. I don't know when you have the time. When do you drink those kind of beers?
Yeah, Steve Power. I know his thoughts on Westerns and Westies. So I mean, this is true. I mean, Steve. Legend Steve, as he's known on the podcast, he's a massive Westie fan and a massive Western fan. And a lot of the time, if he's watching a Western, he'll also be drinking a Westie.
And that man can drink.
And he can.
Negroni.
Interestingly,
Jack. Gone out of fashion.
Interestingly, Jack, this might be an interesting question for some people who want to explore the alcohol-free thing. Legend Steve, wakes up at ridiculous hours in the morning to watch the baseball and because in baseball they play like every day, so a lot of this time means is he might be waking up on like a Tuesday early hours in the morning before he has to go to work, and then it might finish at 4 o'clock in the morning, then he goes to sleep for a couple of hours and then he has to wake up and go to work. He likes to have a beer. Now obviously you don't want to make a habit of drinking beers every single day or whatever. So sometimes you're going to want some alcohol-free options. Do you know any good alcohol-free breweries?
None that would that you won't have heard of.
No. Have you thought of doing an alcohol-free yourself, or is it just go against your?
Not for me. I don't see the point, but it's. I mean, I see the breweries that do a good job of it. Seem to be killing it at the moment. So,
I think. I mean, I'll give a shout out to the one that we had recently, because we had.
That was good.
Ben, who is in the Sober Boozers Club on Instagram, and he did a beer with We Can Be Friends. I can't remember. I can't remember where he said that the We Can Be Friends brewer guy was from. I think it was like low drop.
Low tide.
Low tide. It could be from. I can't remember.
No, I'm not sure because they don't just do.
Well, it could be drop projects. Anyway. I don't know. Whatever it was, that guy basically is now brewing Cuckoo Brewing, because I think the one that they sent to us was brewed up at Farmyard in Lancashire. But I tell you what, man, if I was drinking that, and if you'd have said to me that it was a 3.6% pale,
wow,
that was like Sonoma or People Money Space Time, I'd have gone, yeah. There was nothing about that other than looking at the can and knowing that it was a 0.5% that said to me, this is alcohol free.
Yeah,
which I think is where you need to be at.
That's an amazing skill. Yeah,
I think you should do the opposite and just brew massive fucking beers. Like,
well, this is what Bum Egg was for.
Embarrassingly high beers now. Like,
that is basically what I want to do, because that seems like the only way of doing it for me. But yeah, alcohol frees. Like, also the big companies make really good alcohol. I mean, it's sad to say, but the big companies make really good alcohol free beer, and normally I end up drinking those if I'm not drinking alcohol free. So not allowed to say the G word, but I do choose that if I'm driving.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah.
I drank an alcohol free beer by mistake the other day. It was really good, but I really wanted a beer after it. Do you know what I mean? There's definitely the X factors missing a little bit from there, and as good as they can be and they will be, I'm still. What are we drinking? Do you know what I mean? It's like, let's be honest, we're not just drinking it for the taste and the flavour. We are drinking it to get a little bit pissed, or we want the buzz, we want that kind of thing going on, and that's the whole thing, isn't it?
Right.
That's the naughtiness of the whole thing, and I love it.
Last bit on the comments. You can taste every one of the 160 IBU in this.
Yeah, 100%.
Fantastic.
I think my wife Hannah gave a review just off camera somewhere. Did you say it was sick, Hannah? Is that what you said? Yeah, sick with 2 C's.
Sick with 2 C's is good.
It's like sick.
Yeah, it's like thick with 3 C's.
Yeah. And she's a level 2 Cicerone, so she's the only one in the room who knows what she's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah, so there we go.
Fuzz cask would work at the brewery.
Trust me, we don't know. She's the only one who knows what she's on about.
So, I mean, Nightbreed here with a point which I'm going to show again. Fuzz cask would work. Other breweries start doing cask versions of core beers. Burnt Mill got it wrong first time. Tasted completely different, but still stalled quickly. So it sounds like it's a low risk operation there, Jack. You could still get it wrong and still sell it.
I love how the fact we've got no skin in this game, and we're making Jack put all of his reputation, money, everything.
Right.
Just do it. Look.
Just do it.
Someone here just said,
What's
just do
the worst
cask.
thing happen?
Just do cask. Yeah. We've got 53 North. So it was 53 North, the Cloudwater Troubles beer I was talking about, not 52 North. That was close though.
But that's John Taylor. It'd be
John Taylor.
53.75 to you, wouldn't it, John?
Do you know what the good thing is about John Taylor? He's a Patreon. So, he's signed up to the Patreon. He's fully invested. He's a financial backer of the Planet Beer TV team, and he watches the exclusive podcast episodes that you get, and also gets early access to the content and also the extended cuts.
Be more like John.
Be more like John.
Except when it comes to Untapped ratings, because everything is 3.75. Doesn't matter what it is.
It also gives him. Preference in this, because I'm going to also show this comment. I was in the Wellington in Birmingham the other day and sat down with a hazy cask, and the looks I had from the corner of the room, I had at least 4 conversations about I wouldn't drink that. That looks off. Sounds about right for the Welly. It's a Black Country Ales pub, so it's
that's the issue.
Every single person who said that went out the side door and did 8 grams of cocaine shortly afterwards. So I wouldn't worry too much about the Welly.
3.75 cocaine.
It's a great pub, but fucking hell.
Elusive in Cask have won awards at Ascot Beer Festival and a blind taste test for last 2 years. Are they a traditional cask brewery? I wouldn't say they are. I'd say Elusive are very much in the keg.
It's quite interesting. I think it was Adrian maybe who said that much further up that Elusive got in the Good Beer Guide, even though we were talking about the aspirator thing, which is really good to know because it means I reckon there's voting happening within the regions. I do think our region, Dudley and the Black Country, and is it Dudley, the Black Country, and Birmingham? No, it isn't. It's just the Black Country, isn't it?
Yeah,
they are beyond snobbery. I think we have the most extreme camera people.
Yeah,
Ramos.
I can understand, actually. Now you've said that, I can understand the point where, like Jack said, you guys really hate each other because I think he said when we went into the hot vault thing into the tasting, he was like, "This is my first time up in Birmingham," and everyone's like, "Fuck off! Just die, Jack Barron! Fuck off!
How dare you!
Go home!"
Back up, you little prick.
I bet you say Baps, not Cubs, you scumbag. It was exactly.
But that was his baptism in fire of knowing that it's the Black Country and not Birmingham, and they're two distinct things.
I had no idea there was such a beef, and it's humbling to know that you don't hate each other more than we hate each other.
I always say, if you don't know if you're in the Black Country or Birmingham, just walk in and shout Birmingham FC or Aston Villa and see what happens. Yeah.
I should have done that.
So this Birmingham FC are doing really good.
Hey, what's all this Aston Villa I'm hearing about?
No, it was it was funny. It was funny.
It's nice to touch a nerve. It's always nice to make a really bad first impression, and then you can win everyone's hearts afterwards.
Well, that's it. I mean, people say that first impressions are everything, but sometimes first impressions are a great way of
it's a break in the ice.
Winning over the room, because essentially you can only go up, especially if you intentionally do it.
Yeah, I should have gone in there and gone, you look like such a bunch of Birmingham tossers, and really started low. Like, now I have one job, which is to get back to square one.
Like people like Rosa Parks and good, real folk heroes of the modern age have stood up to
adversity.
Just stood up to adversity, and Rosa Parks does not know what I've been through. My mom is from Birmingham. My dad is from the Black Country. They do not know what it's like to be split down those boundaries like I do. I've gone through real pain. I didn't even know what my telephone code was for many years. It was terrible. All my friends had Birmingham telephone numbers. I had Black Country telephone numbers. Awful.
Well, I mean, let's move on. I had a few Nothing Bound beers. This from Andrew. Nothing Bound beers on the channel's recommendation. You're welcome. And they were incredible. Now, Jack, you also did a collaboration with Dave, didn't you, from Nothing Bound?
Yes.
And I think what was really nice. I mean, you can tell us just tell us a quick anecdote from it if you have one. But basically, what I liked about this was more the fact that when we came away from you, we basically were just saying this is essentially Nothing Bound, but in the South. Like what you're doing is Nothing Bound in the South.
Yeah.
Southing Bound.
No, that doesn't work. Don't put that under any scrutiny. It collapses immediately.
You came up and did something with Jack. Not with Jack. You came up and did something with Dave, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I've never done a collab with someone who's runs such a similar brewery, because normally they're much more professional. Not that Dave's not, but they're like a bigger outfit, and yeah, we've got a lot of things in common. And he does do really similar styles. Yeah, it was really nice. It was probably my most enjoyable collab day, because we did completely agree on everything, I think, which was nice.
Yeah. What I like about what Dave's doing is he's kind of just doing the same thing. He's just messing around with hops.
Yeah,
and he just likes the different combos. He knows what he's good at. He occasionally does a stout when he wants to kind of pull the stops out. But other than that, he knows what sells. He knows what people come up the hill to, to see him. That they just want some nice hazy pales.
Yeah, if it ain't broke.
Exactly.
Just don't go up there when the wind's up. Fuck, it's cold.
Yeah, when did you go up? What month did you go up?
I've not been up to him, mate. He's come down to me. But
Did he come down to you? Oh, okay, cool.
I've not.
Well, in which case, you need to do the reverse, I think.
I do.
No, it's great.
Take a nice trip to Birmingham and.
Whoa! This is Worcestershire.
I mean, don't even get into that. That's Worcestershire.
Yeah, that's a long way away, actually. Isn't it? He's nowhere near Birmingham, really.
That would really offend him, because the further away from Birmingham you get, the further they feel safer. But
if someone from Edinburgh said, "I'm just going to come down to Birmingham," I'd be fucking furious. How dare you? I'm not in Birmingham.
Well, what would you say if someone said, we're going over to Jack Barron in London?
Oh dear, yeah. Now I understand your antagonism.
That would annoy you, though, wouldn't it? It would.
Really
you'd be like, well, I'm not fucking London, though. I'm
close to Margate.
I'm a
close to Margate.
So
almost the opposite.
Yeah, Rash Gang absolutely alcohol free. Utopian didn't know about that, but we are going down to Utopian at some point. We were meant to do it this month actually, but we had to cancel. Yeah, lots going on in Utopian, so watch your space.
Oh, okay, make
we've also got a suggestion for Fuzzless, an alcohol-free version of Fuzz.
Oh, lovely.
That's sweet. That's a nice idea. If I knew how to make alcohol-free beer, then Fuzzless.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't worry yourself about it. Carry on doing the big stuff.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff going on. Like Wiper and True, Left on a Giant, We Can Be Friends, absolutely. They're all doing good stuff.
What's this song about Bathams?
Oh, hello.
So, question for Jack Reed: Bathams having diacetyl, aren't low levels technically acceptable in best bitters?
Absolutely. And I have no issue with that beer. It wasn't low levels. It was fucking high levels. It was low level diacetyl in cask bitters is no bad thing, and probably quite a good way of boosting a bit of the sweetness and the perceived sweetness anyway. But yeah, that I don't know. It might have been a particularly diacetyl batch, but I don't know whether you agree. Have no other brewers picked this up when they've come and tried?
No. That's the thing, and that's kind of weird. But it has only been like a couple of brewers. But what I think's really interesting is when you said it, it's like it fucking flicked a light switch in my head, because I was like, Jesus, this is what it's always tasted like, and I've always heard the term diacetyl and not known. Not knowing when to apply. But now, like, I mean, I think the other day, like last Saturday, I sent you a picture. I just put lovely Diac bomb in the WhatsApp chat and stuff, because I went back to the scene of the crime, had myself a pint of bitter, and I was like, Jesus Christ, the bread and butter kind of thing on the nose is just fucking undeniable. It's like the only thing that I could smell. I was like, Jesus Christ, this really is. It's not a one-off thing. This has been like a month since I came in last time. This is definitely going to be a different keg. These fuckers, especially with how fast the Bathams goes, they're churning over kegs like every 3 or 4 days.
I just no bad thing, because if they change that, if they scrubbed out the diacetyl, it's just a fermentation. So it's not even it's not really an off flavor, because it's a natural product of fermentation. Every beer has diacetyl in it at some point, and then you leave it long enough at the right temperature, it will reabsorb that flavor. But and the brewery I used to work at has all their beers have diacetyl, and it's part of the flavor. If they were to brew that without the diacetyl, it'd be a very different beer. It'd probably be less popular. So I think it'd be a bad idea to change it. It's the flavor everyone associates with that beer, and it really works for them. I thought the beer was really tasty. It's just that diacetyl in different styles, like double IPA, is so obvious, and it completely scrubs out all the juice you're trying to achieve, that it doesn't work.
Yes, it's a good point. Actually, I suppose it's like it's a bit of a double-edged sword for a brewer, isn't it? Because you're trying it and you're thinking, well, I can't escape from the fact that technically speaking, if I was trying this in one of my own beers, I'd be probably trying to pour the keg down the fucking drain because it just tastes like a diet bomb. But in this beer, it totally works. And I suppose it's that weird kind of.
And it is.
Yeah.
And there's no right. Well, we don't really know what we're aiming for. It's like it's entirely down to what you think tastes nice. The whole thing we do, the whole process of beer is, do people like to drink it? Does it taste nice? And it might be that flavor for most people is undesirable, but for that beer it works. And it's Bathams are probably very aware of that. I'm sure someone's mentioned it before. It can't be a secret to them.
I doubt it. They haven't thought about anything since about 1837, so don't worry about it. By the way, I just realised that question's from my wife. So it's
oh my god, was it?
Yeah, you've just been Cicerone level 2.
Jesus
there,
Christ!
Yeah.
And she's right, because the comment was bang on. Like, like a lot of famous lagers have a small amount of diacetyl in them, and it helps elevate certain flavors. And it's
Jack, she's in the back of her. Yes, he's right. Yeah, he's exactly right. Yeah. So.
But it's like it's entirely down to the style of the beer, and if that's what you're achieving, if you go to any of the breweries that make the sort of stuff I make, the biggest thing they'll try and achieve is not have diacetyl. That's the biggest part of the fermentation process, is avoiding diacetyl.
This comment from Andrew here is really good, because I think it's a good shout. Pilsner Urquell, it's got like that kind of diacetyl in it, but it's consistent enough to not be.
Yeah, and it's really good. It's a really good beer, but it for sure has a slight and it
tastes
really,
like your granddad's mints, not mints, toffees.
Tastes like your granddad.
It tastes like your granddad's toffees.
Tastes like your granddad.
My granddad's.
My granddad has no diacetyl in it whatsoever. Look! We've been at this for 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like a good time to.
We need Jack. You've been
up.
brilliant. Thanks for just putting a hat on and braving the freezing cold.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate you doing that, because I was kind of looking forward to the. Can you take your hat off and we can see your locks? Because I know your locks are looking really good lately.
Getting long. Go long there.
You're getting married this year, right?
With this hair, I know someone's marrying this. It's mental.
Yeah, no. Well,
don't marry it. Don't marry your hair.
I said don't marry it. I was about to
marry
talk about
Pippa.
Pippa.
She's loads better.
No, man. When's the wedding?
End of May. So I've got a couple of months of not being married, and then
it's all on the farm, isn't it?
Yeah, big farm.
Yeah. Oh.
Are you providing all the beer? Because I mean, you may as well. Yeah. They're all just drinking Fuzz.
I can't wait for the invite, mate.
I'm going to charge everyone a fortune. No,
are you going to do like? Are you going to do a special wedding brew?
I might do. I might do. I haven't really. I don't know. Everyone's been asking me to do a really low beer, like a driving beer, but I thought, double IPAs with it.
It's just not you, is it?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, like, how about you just fucking buy yourself some Cokes or something?
Yeah, exactly. I just put a load of lemonade behind the bar and they can do that.
Ginger beer.
It might be nice to do something cheesy for the wedding beer. Maybe not cheesy. Cheesy's not such a good.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to our invite and everyone on the chat as well. It'd be great. Yeah. So, guys, save the date.
We've got a congrats Jack here from Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew's coming actually.
Yeah, and Andrew's about to come.
Shit,
Adrian, great evening, guys. Thank you, Adrian.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Craig
everyone.
from Library. Well, thanks, everyone. I can't name everyone, but I can name the usual offenders: Legend Steve, John T. I mean, they're pretty much a regular fixture. No, it's been lovely. Really nice time. I suppose next year, Jack, what are we going to brew? What should we brew next year? What should I do?
I've got a cat called Steve.
Have you actually got a cat called Steve?
Yeah.
Cackle Steve.
It was the one I bought loads of.
I mean, Cackled Steve is just a great beer anyway.
Great
Like,
beer.
as in like a
Cackle
great beer
Steve
name.
is if
Cackled
you
Steve.
want to do a Cackle Steve IPA or double IPA, triple IPA.
No, smoothie sour.
Oh, smoothie sour.
Cackle Steve is a
So,
beer.
what might be interesting is brewing a tipper actually, because I suppose people always wonder what's different about brewing a DIPA tipper IPA. I don't know.
The yeah, well, we can go into that, but it's
we can get really stuck in the long grass
For
for that if you
another
want.
time, then.
yeah, it's not that exciting. It's just I don't know, more
Mate,
sugar
but-
needed.
Mate, you've been thanks for putting up with us again, as you've done many times over the past.
You're like my best mates by now because we
I know,
spend a
love
lot
you.
of
Yeah.
time.
Oh, we still haven't got invited to your weddings from Mark.
Right.
Right.
Puck Bobo said, regarding traditional Westies, are you concerned that the increased rates of oxygenation that come with the use of specialty malt might be detrimental to the use of modern or aromatic hops?
Keep it light, Book Bobo. We'll just say goodbye.
I say we're just
Bye,
saying bye, but I mean I'll throw that in there. Are you
I
worried
don't-
about that?
I'm not worried.
Does he keep you up at night?
I can't sleep at the worry. But it's a really good point. But West Coast IPAs in general are a bit more forgiving with oxidation. But it's a good point. But no, I don't.
Look, I don't know where you've been all the time, but we're 3 hours into a very, very heavy session. Jack's about to pass out because he's tired
I've never
He
done
does
it.
look tired.
and slightly pissed. But yeah, if you came in about 2 hours ago, we could have probably answered that with some confidence. But next time, and bless you for joining, Jack. You've been an absolute legend, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless
Yeah,
very
you.
much.
thanks, man. Really
See you
appreciate
soon.
it.
Never
Go
get
and
on
rest
the
your bar on
diary.
it.
No.
Thanks, everyone. Feel free to hang around if you want to. We'll stop around for a bit.
I mean, we'll do a quick 5-minute 5-minute outro, maybe.
But if you want to drop off, and
Yeah.
Jack, I'm sure you want to drop. Unless you want to stop around, please do.
I've got to go and eat some dinner at some point,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna do that now. But
All right,
I've
pal.
appreciated every minute of your company.
It's
Oh,
been
you've been a
absolutely
legend.
bloody lovely. Thanks, man. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, and have a lovely time up where you are. I won't get it wrong this
You're not
time.
even trying.
in Birmingham or the Black Country or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever. Bye.
Hi guys.
Bye.
Right, we're gonna go take 2 minutes, hang around, come back, and if you're around, we'll have
I'm here. I might get Ollie in. Should I try and get Ollie in?
He's Ollie smashed.
Ollie's smashed.
Ollie from Bruiser
Might
might
get
be.
Ollie from Bruiser.
Right,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna go on.
So if you guys are around, if you're from Bruiser, let's see if we can get Ollie involved. Hope it was a really good one for you today, guys. Jesus, sorry. Okay, so yeah, I'm sending Ollie a message now. What are you guys currently drinking? So I'm getting Paul to get another maybe another Baron beer. Hopefully the other West Coast double IPA that might work quite nicely. But a cat called Steve Tipper, yeah, that might work. Yeah, so I mean, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I mean, I think that was nice and insightful. I think that one of the things that I really like about Jack is he is really fucking entertaining. Like totally on our level when we were brewing. It's so easy to approach breweries and just say, we want to come and do this thing with you, and we want to kind of brew a beer with you, and we kind of want to do our own thing. And a lot of the time, that would not get anything. They would not give us that. And Jack was actually really good at just being able to. Oh, hello. Jack was really good at just being able to let us give him the brief, which I really liked, because when we first started wanting to do this third birthday beer idea and doing the DIPA, a lot of the breweries that we would have approached, we just knew that they would have said, that's fine, but we kind of just maybe you could just film us doing X beer and we'll just name it something else, which, by the way, is probably what happens when you go into some of these pubs and it looks like a brewery has done a very special beer for them, which is probably just their actual core beer, which they've just renamed. I'm really sorry about this. I'm talking to the camera and talking to people, and I don't know if people are still there, but everyone's clearing up around me. I feel like I'm in a.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm in some sort of nightmare.
We cleared some space. We're getting a stout in.
Are we getting a stout?
Yes.
Well, that'd be quite nice. Well, I've said to Ollie.
Right, I'm gonna have one of these waters I've heard so much about.
Don't trust waters, man.
Fish shit in it. Cat called Steve Tipper. Polishing off the west. Have we got anyone in?
I think so.
Yeah, sad. Let's keep going. Oh, it's pissing it down.
Where did this rain come from? I need to walk home in a bit.
Oh, I'll drive you back. I can just combine into the awareness course I've got later. Thank you, darling. What are we drinking here?
Oh, what are we drinking?
A Vocation mint chocolate barrel aged stout. Oh.
Bruiser beer.
Is that Ollie?
Yeah, I'm just sending him an invite. So I couldn't find a link, so I'm just sending him one.
I've got a bad feeling about the mint choc chip.
What is this? Sorry,
It's a Vocation mint choc chip stout.
What are you guys drinking? What are you guys drinking out there in YouTube land?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ever get the feeling they want you to leave? No, I've never thought that. Hannah, you're gonna have to get rid of that big bottle of water. It's right in shot. It's even more in shot.
You're not in shot. Your hand is now. There we go. No, you're not.
So let's talk to. We want to see Ziggy. Okay, come on.
She's in bed.
Oh, for God's sake, she's asleep.
She's yeah, she has to go to bed at certain hours because she's a puppy. So she went to bed about an hour ago. Actually, she's been exceptionally well behaved. The first time we tried to film here when she was a puppy, she basically ate our wires, our cameras. Yeah, my wife had a breakdown.
Well, we had this thing. Oh, that's really nice.
That's good, isn't it?
That really works. The mint chocolate chip. I don't know if it's just because I'm so hop drunk right now.
I knew hops would be
like I'm
too
so
much.
paled out, but the holy shit, that's good.
Holy Goat Parish.
John Taylor is on Holy Goat Parish.
375, John.
Whew. Yeah, I say, John, what are you scoring that? Is it 375? Is that a beer that I need to get from him? Because John gets me some of the stuff.
Did you get the
from,
Omnipollo?
What, from John? No.
Oh, from the Hot Bowl.
Yeah, I've had the Omnipollo.
So Tom, who's to be soon the ex-manager of our local,
being retired,
out to pasture. He's shot in the paddock.
Just taking him down.
He's had enough. We've got to kill him.
Keep telling the story while I go for a week.
He's leaving, and he said, "I'm getting in a load of Omnipollo barrel-aged stouts in their own." How big are the bottles?
Did you buy one?
Yeah, they're 330 bottles, right? He said. I said, well, it's Omnipollo barrel-aged stouts, 330 mils, £16 a bottle, £16.50. Do you want one? I went, no, I'm not paying £16.50 for a bottle. That's mental. Oh, hello, Ollie.
Hello, am I in already?
Oh, you immediately came in. Sorry.
How are you guys doing today?
We go. Chris has just gone for a wee. He's
Been holding it in all night.
Very, very much broken. His seal. how are you doing, Ollie? Because you caught us on the back end of a lot of beer, so hopefully you're in the same state as we are.
I'm all right. Yeah. Do you know what? Earlier on today, when Chris messaged me, I'd been out for quite a nice lunch at like midday, and I'd got on the
You started. Did you start early?
but I had a power nap. So, and I think that's really sorted me out. I went on for a barbecue at a friend's place for their birthday, but I'm feeling pretty good now, actually.
Okay. So you're fresh. You're full. You're ready to go.
That's it. Fresh.
Yeah.
Got a beer here, ready to pop.
Oh, wicked! Well, you've just literally just missed Jack. He's gone after 3 hours of good chat.
Amazing.
So
How's it gone tonight?
We've had all 8 beers, dude.
Good effort. Did you have 16 beers between you then?
That's not good maths, is it? Is that right? I've had quite a lot to drink.
We had 8 beers between us. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. So those last few dippers have just done a number on me.
Except for Ziggy Stardog, we did have more of, because I bought some extra cans down and I just injected that with a bit more Ziggy Stardog because why not? But hey, Ollie, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. I'm sorry I couldn't join earlier, but it sounds like it's been a really good evening. And looking through all the comments and the interactions and stuff,
it worked really well. I think originally we were also going to bring on Johnny Macro as well, but it just never it hasn't quite worked out because well, to be honest, this streaming platform scares the shit out of me. Like, we've tried something different to when we did the Bruiser one, and
he's so scared about weird shit. Just let it go, see what happens.
It's all so different.
Your backdrop there looks amazing.
It's not a backdrop, dude. That's real.
So a green screen.
No, so what we've done now is rather than being on the camera on the laptop, we've got a capture card, so we've now got a camera over there that's pointing at us, which actually works out really nicely.
It looks amazing. I look quite blurry on this, but I don't know how.
Fine.
That's because you're drunk.
It gives you that it gives you that COVID Teams level of like this is. I feel like I know this guy because I feel like I've had meetings with him on Teams.
Yeah. Don't say anything all meeting and then say thanks guys at the end of it and log out.
What are you about to crack into? Is this a wilderness?
So I've got wilderness glass over here, but I'm actually drinking an Our Brewery Imperial Stout.
Who's this then?
So these guys are from Northern Ireland. They've sent me a load of samples across, and they've recently been aging beer in like fooders and stuff for the past like 2 years, and they've been very, very patient about their releases, just letting it age, obviously, over time. And yeah, they've just released them, I think, start of this year, maybe towards the end of last year. I've only tried one so far, and it was a wild lager, and it was absolutely delicious. So I'm trying the Imperial Stout tonight. So
on that, Ollie, I'm gonna give you this question because Adrian's been here all night, and I can vouch for this because he's also been interacting and sending comments and stuff. So I really feel that now you're here and he wants to know this, you should really be able to answer it. So he wants to know if there's any more special Bruiser boxes coming. And I think, as we're here, you can give a couple of specials, because this is all just going to get your randomer is going to look at this and go, oh, what, like a 3.5 hour video? I'm not watching that. And they're certainly probably not going to scrub to the part where we haven't mentioned that you're here. So you may as well give us some Bruiser secrets for the crowd.
Good evening, Adrian. It's Adrian's been a subscriber of ours for a while, so it's good to see you. Adrian, I'd like to throw that question back at you. And would you like to have a box from our brewery with some barrel aged beers? I think they've got a range of about 6 or something like that. Let us know in the comments if that's of interest to you.
Where are they based, you say? Northern Ireland?
Northern Ireland. Yeah, they're Getter Brewed.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, the YouTube channel, and they provide a lot of the like homebrewing equipment and equipment to other brewers as well,
Yeah.
ingredients and stuff. But they've also got a brewery. In terms of special boxes, we have a big comeback coming for you. That is all I can say.
It's LL Cool J, isn't it? Oh, sorry, you're not meant to call it a comeback, are you?
But we've got a big comeback from a brewery that used to be on the platform and then wasn't, and now they're coming back.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to guess Azvex.
No, not Azvex.
Not Azvex. Okay.
But I know that on your second or third guess, you definitely get it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
interesting. Okay.
But had a few conversations with them recently, and are planning a big comeback with a big box.
So one of the other things we've talked about, and I know I'll keep plugging this, so I'm not going to stop plugging this until the day that I fucking die. But we've got a Patreon going now, and obviously you guys are sponsors of the channel, and we've started talking about a way that we can do Patreon exclusive Bruiser boxes and also tastings and live streams and stuff. So sell it to the people. You're a better salesman than me. To tell people why they should sign up to the Patreon and also do this.
Like, I'm not saying this because I'm on a call with you guys, but what you guys have built with Planet Beer TV is phenomenal. There's nobody else doing that out there, and that is why we're a big supporter of you, and we feel incredibly privileged to be on that journey with you. And I'm saying that just like as a human being, and you guys are brilliant to work with, and the content that you're putting out is absolutely phenomenal. So anybody that's still watching this right now, please do support Planet Beer TV in any way that you can. We're going to be working with them very closely. Tonight's been a bit of a trial run for the Baron exclusive box, but we'd love to. We haven't discussed it too much yet, but we'd love to do more of this and giving the patrons that support your channel a bit of an exclusive first dibs on those boxes as well. So there's going to be lots to come between us two, and keep doing the work that you guys are doing, because it's brilliant, and the quality of stuff is beyond anybody else out there.
No, thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Nice,
I mean, that must be how like Donald Trump feels when he just gets his ego massaged or whatever. But no, on a serious note, genuinely really appreciate that. And I think ultimately what you're kind of plucking at there is the main thing. We can do this Bruiser thing. We can do this Bruiser exclusive box thing with more people. The more people that we've got on board with the channel on Patreon, the more of a thing that we can make of it. So we could actually get like potentially a Patreon exclusive box where we could get brewers to send out, beers that they haven't sent out in the other boxes and stuff. So, I'd
like to take this opportunity as well to say what the first box is.
What?
So you don't know this, Ollie, either. It's just come through on our socials. It's the camera members exclusive box, right? Unfortunately, you have to have it in cask format. So I don't know how we're going to not aspirated. So I don't know how we're going to send that out to people. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best.
All right. Hey, we're big. We're sponsors of the GBBF this year, so we're all up there with the camera crew.
So, what festivals are you going to be at this year, and what festivals are worth going to? That's always a good one that kind of rides really well with us. So
yeah. So it's our first year actually working with camera this year, and we're working at their GBBF, their Great British Beer Festival, which is at the NEC in Birmingham. Are you guys going to that?
After tonight, I doubt it. No. I'd like to.
If we do go,
that's just tuned into the previous 3 hours.
Okay, so just so you're aware of what's gone on.
Oh yeah, we've been having bands.
Next week we've got a video where I've sat down and had a conversation with Mark at the Hop Vault, who's another channel sponsor. Hop Vault, go and check out the Hop Vault, hopvault.com. Buy some beers from there. If you type in Planet Beer 10, you actually get 10% off your order. That's a little hack, which I don't like to always talk about, but yeah, you can do it. Planet Beer 10 gets you 10% off your order. But anyway, yeah. So had a conversation with Mark, and he had a big rant about how essentially we're having a conversation about how the fucking beer world is kind of collapsing, and pubs and stuff might end up being extinct, and tap rooms and bottle shops and breweries and whatever. And he essentially said that beer is too cheap, which is interesting because it sounds counterintuitive, especially when you're a craft beer nerd going to places and you're paying what you think as premium prices for beer. But actually it makes a really compelling case for it. And yeah, that video is going to be coming next week, and it's going to essentially, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there to talk about and a lot of stuff to discuss, and it's going to blow a lid on a lot of interesting things. Why am I talking about it? What did we?
And also blow a lid. Are you Jerry Paxman?
Blow a lid. I'm Pax.
Roger Cook.
I've Paxmaned it, I think. I've Watergated.
Yeah, we've had a lot of honest conversations around the state of beer. And,
no, sorry, it was about camera. So one of the things that comes up in there is that Camera and SIBA aren't doing enough to help venues and pubs and stuff, because especially places like Camera, which essentially just offer you cut price vouchers at a place where you're already going to get the cheapest pint that you're ever going to buy.
Yeah.
That's not helping the situation. And it's, I suppose, the video that we're coming out with kind of shines a spotlight on that. So we need to do something with Camera. We need to do something with SIBA that basically helps venues and breweries and says, you know, we need to put this at the forefront and say, yo, things are fucked. Everyone's going to have to start doing something. Otherwise, these places aren't going to exist.
There's nothing to campaign for.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that when it comes out, and yeah, hearing the conversation on it. It's definitely difficult times for the industry, and I feel like I was reflecting on my brewing journey today, actually, when I was chatting away to somebody, and I've worked for breweries and stuff for the past 15 years, and have been involved in Camera and other memberships like that. And I think any organization tends to be quite slow in maybe the ways that they develop change and stuff and work through things. And yes, at some point you need to, I mean, right now it's crying out for change and for help. And that's what really is needed. And it should come from those bodies like SIBA and Camera, like you say. They already have the members, they already have the clout, they already have the connections with the right government agencies and whatnot. But yeah, it almost needs a bit more fire up their arse to really.
Fuck yeah, man. I mean, if nothing else, if that's the only thing that we can kind of supply, if we can just be the fucking, you know, the lighter up the arse, waiting for their fucking hoppy beer fart to come out, you know, it's just like that's the thing. We need to do something, because yeah, we can all write in. I mean, we're going to put out on our next podcast episode, we're going to put out like a template letter that you can send out to your MP about levying for lower VAT, like in Germany, and also lower business rates. But I mean, ultimately, even all these people in this stream right now, or even all of our listeners sending that stuff out, is it going to make that much of a difference? I don't know, but we've got to try it. But the real people that have the influence are these
big major bodies,
that are already there, established politically, like Camera and SIBA and stuff. And we need to put something behind them and say, start working for the industry interests. Start working for your small bars,
but
your small, you know.
The weird grassroots problem we're having at the moment is I'm not on Facebook anymore. I got off social media a long time ago, so I get secondhand information about all these beer groups and the thought leaders on Facebook who have thought leading themselves by the sounds of it. But I'm hearing horror stories where they're all going, well, the industry's over in 3 years. It's over. What we're going to do, what we're going to do. And they're doing nothing but bitch and moan and whinge and, refusing to accept any kind of change or, Chris messaged me when I was on holiday a week ago. He said, I've just seen a load of whingers, so I want to do something about it. And he literally did more effort in one sentence in a WhatsApp than those whinges have done in about a year. He did, didn't he? And it was great. I was like, fucking go for it, man. Just smash it. And hence this template he's talking about here. It's just the thought leaders in this group are just arseholes. Just boring whinge bags and just want to moan and be selective about things and just just move on. Let's do something.
We got here from
Adrian. Stuck in their ways with that as well.
Yeah, and I'm not on about camera at this point. I'm talking about outside of camera. I'm talking about the real, hardcore people who run the Facebook groups. But anyway.
And this is the thing, like what Adrian's saying here, as a cameraman for 30 years, cameras dying, too many old farts of cask obsessed, good beer is good beer. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I only unsubscribed from camera year before last. And I had to be fair, like when I decided to cancel my direct debit, because I mean, it's something ridiculous. It's like 29 quid a year or something. And when the woman phoned, she was really nice, and she just asked, and I was just, I mean, I couldn't even tell her an honest answer. That was the real, that was the thing. I just sort of said, it's just, times are tough, and I just don't have that money to spend this year, and whatever. I mean, realistically, and I don't know that she was like, an old dear and stuff. It wasn't like, I knew that I wasn't talking to, a 30-year-old call center employee. She was clearly like either a volunteer or someone that is there.
The treasurer.
Yeah, and I spoke to her, and I just didn't have the heart to go into it. Not least because I was at work at the time as well. She called it like 2:00 while I was in work. So if we want to get into the long grass about this, we really could. But
Beryl, let me know.
So check out the YouTube channel Planet Beer TV and go to this episode and this episode, and you will specifically know.
Let me take you
problems.
back to
It's tough.
Apologies for missing out on the previous conversation. But like, did you have much of an insight from Jack and a bit of a roundup from
what I get from it, Ollie, is I've got a bit of Stockholm syndrome when it comes to camera, because I really respect what they've done, etc., etc. But I generally think where we're from, we're in this kind of hypersensitive cask world. It's like the Midlands the Midlands and the Black Country in particular is like
you'll find that over where you are as well in Shrewsbury and Wales,
And I think we get the worst of the camera militant brunt, but
I guess.
But Jack was saying down there he's got loads of people who are really helpful, and we have that up here too. But I think we still see the worst of it, like the militant people who go into places like our local tap room and they make a show of, oh, you've got 3 casks. Hand pulls, isn't it? You have to say hand pulls, and well, I could go down the Wetherspoons and with my voucher and get it, 15% cheaper down there.
I guess what I was fishing for then was stepping away from camera and looking at craft beer as a whole. Like, there's some real success stories within beer as well, and there's a lot of there seems like a lot of doom and gloom, but there's also some stuff to really shout about and be proud of, and look at the success. And I wondered if Jack had much to say on that, with like how things are going on his end, and because looking in, he's producing some great beer. I was at a barbecue with some friends before, and I was sharing the Baron box and the Ziggy Stardog that we all tasted together, and they were like, they had vocation cans in their hands previously that they had picked up from Sainsbury's and whatnot, and then they tried this. So like, bloody hell, where's this come from? Like, it was another level for them. So it's really cool to see. So like, did he have much to say about?
No, for sure. I mean, one of the interesting things actually about the conversation that we had with Jack was also about not just about what he's going to be doing, which is essentially just going down the route of doing, big boy IPAs and double IPAs and stuff and tippers. That's what he wants to do. Like that, he wants to kind of shelve the session strength stuff and go down the real stuff.
Does he?
Yeah. That's his plan, man.
He's got fucking mental.
Fuck session. Yeah.
On that, like his, I think I had a 4.5% and a 5% pale in his box. I was like, fuck, that is so good. Like, I wanted to just drink loads of them, whereas the rest of the box is like 6%, 8% with the two dippers in there. But he's wanting to go on the big boy stuff.
Yeah, well, I think his thing is his fuzz does everything that the low ABV stuff needs to do.
Yeah,
and he makes quite a lot of, makes, I think he said 25% of his sales or something like that just from selling fuzz. And I think what really piques his interest is the big boy stuff. So I think that's one of the reasons why he wants to do that. But interestingly, we did go on to the subject of cask on the camera kind of aspect, and we've tried to convince him to go down the route of like trying fuzzy or something on cask, or trying modern modern beer in cask, like hazy beer, because I really think that he could do that well.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that's what people want, because like I said to him, and obviously the people that were in the chat earlier, it's going to be a bit of a repeat, but when Verdant started doing their cask stuff, I find Verdant one of the most, they're my favorite brewery. They're one of the most exciting breweries, but their cask stuff was just kind of, for me, meh, because they were just doing, obviously, trad dad cask stuff. And I get it, it's like you just want to do the real traditional bitter and ESB stuff and do that really well. But what I actually want is for people to light a fire under cask beer and go, it doesn't just have to taste like stale old men.
No.
It can also taste like your like hoppy hazy beers, but flat and creamy, which is exactly what Sonoma and Dea Steady Rolling Man, when they do that in cask, they do that, like those 53 North by Chubble's 53 North by Cloudwater. When they do those beers on cask, it absolutely slays, and that's what they need to do more of for me to get people into cask.
So Jack Barron is going more into the bigger beer scene. Paul and Chris, what are you guys drinking more of these days? Are you drinking the bigger beers, or are you drinking the? And let's put 3 tiers on this, because there's medium beers which are probably like classified as about 5%. Would you say these days? And then below there's lower ABV.
It's a bit difficult for me to say that, because I just go and drink in our local.
Well, you're big into tippers at the minute.
But I'm definitely drinking less volume and having nicer, bigger things for sure. Hannah, my wife, has just brought me this over.
Hi, Hannah.
Hi.
Is that elusive?
Yeah, it's the elusive black IPA from
midnight.
The Oregon Trail stuff. And this is the kind of thing we probably settle into a little bit more now, at home.
What
I don't think
ABV is
we
that?
drink less of the kind of mid range ABV pale ales, whatever you want to call it. We drink a lot of the bigger stuff, I think, at home, but we go out more. You know what I mean? We go to the pub for our sessions.
Yeah. So, but I mean, that said, though, I've tended to find that when I go out now, like for instance, when I was in the Hot Vault earlier, I had just 2 pints of German lager, 2 pints of Tegs, and you know, a lot of the time I won't necessarily, unless I'm going in on a bit of a session, I don't go in and just tank the hazy boy stuff, because usually I've got a fridge full of hazes that I've got either from Bruiser or I've bought in, you know. So a lot of the time I go to the pub for the more, you know, standard kind of thing, whether that's lager or Sonoma on cask, which is a staple now, or yeah, I mean, I will always be delving into DIPAs and IPAs at home. It's just one of the things. Like I fucking love it. And imperial stouts, I'll share one of those with the wife and stuff, because those are the styles that make the scene for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think a few months ago, maybe a year ago or half a year ago, I would have been chasing the big boys. And although I'm on a 11% imperial stout tonight,
Aye, from our brewery.
That looks amazing, by the way.
yeah,
Can you send us a box of that?
yeah.
It sounds great.
Yeah.
If you do it now, we're running out of beer.
Like, I've found myself seeking out lower ABV beers recently. And I think if you're a Bruiser member looking at this, like, and if you're on the Planet Bruiser forum or whatever, then there's a lot of people out there that are very much interested in the dippers and stuff that they get in their boxes. But personally, I've been seeking out the more sessionable beers. I don't know if that's just because I've become a dad, and that maybe you guys can give me guidance on this. But
No, I mean we got a puppy, you know, in October, and heavy drinking goes out the window, because that's like having a psycho baby 24/7, right? So yeah, we don't drink the big heavy beers at home at all. If we could do that, we go out and we'll do that stuff. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think you need that kind of. Lower ABV stuff. You know, mind you, I was drinking Stella Unfiltered last night, Ollie. So you know, I'm not the person to ask.
There's nothing wrong with that, Paul. It's like
there was actually. It was off, Ollie. It was off in the pub. It tasted like onions.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was. It was off.
So
how'd you get Stella wrong?
So keep myself down to this level.
Puck here has a good point. Can't I have big boy stuff at a lower ABV though? As a brewing challenge, give me what you regularly make at 6 to 8%, at 3 to 4%, and I'd be in heaven. And I agree with that, because
this is where you need Jack, though, right? To answer this,
it is, but I do think that there are now more breweries that are making really good lower ABV stuff.
I think Baron's a perfect example. All right, the lowest beer in the box was Fuzz, 4 point.
That was 5.
No, it's 4.5.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
4.5.
The next one was 5.
But they had a pale in there. Paul is exactly. They had one in there that was 5 as well.
Yeah,
and those two beers were probably my favorite beers in that box, because they were in 500ml cans, and the setting that I had was like pouring them into a glass, and I was just like, wow, the 4.5 and the 5%, I was just, they were going straight down. Whereas the higher ABV ones were like sipper and slower, which every beer has a moment for when it should be supped.
It's an interesting question, probably something we talked about earlier on, because we were talking about beers that punch well below their weight, as in there's amazing breweries who are doing tippers, for example, that aren't tasting anywhere near as strong enough to be a tipper. And that to me is great brewing. So you just take away the bitterness and the sweetness. You think you're drinking something that's about 8%, and actually it's like 10. I don't think you're going to get it the low ABV stuff. Puck, is that yeah, Puck. I don't think you can. I don't think the technology is there. In fact, I don't think the science is there to be able to do that. I mean, Christ, someone might correct me if I'm wrong, but if someone does a pale ale that tastes like a 7% IPA, fuck me. We are gonna marry that brewery.
What's the point in it as well, though? Really?
Well, I kind of get it, because the more you drink. This is a very ostentatious thing we're drinking. You know what I mean? This isn't a. We're not drinking a soda or something like that. This is a very specific thing that we're drinking. We're craving the next taste sensation. But if someone sat down and said, "Oh, here's a 2.5% beer that is actually tasting like a 6% IPA," fuck me, I would never stop drinking that ever. I don't think any of us would, but it can't happen. It just until it does, maybe it will.
I think, yeah, they're different categories as well, right? If you have a 4% beer, 5% beer, whatever, it's for sessioning, and you want it to taste like that. You want to just knock it down. Whereas you're not going to have a tipper, 10% beer that is brewed for session drinking.
But you imagine if you drank something that tasted like, I don't know, this year's putties, triple T putties, and then you could drive home afterwards because you're legally under the limits. I mean,
but I mean, would you?
Is that good, or is that taking the fun out of everything?
That's a good question. If like putty is on tap, would you drink a pint of putty, triple putty?
No, we needed it though. Hannah and I, we went down to Newquay and they had it on tap.
And I probably would
at Schooners and what's the place called, Hannah? The other Verdon pub in Newquay. Yeah. Anyway, we went there, but they had it on tap and they wouldn't give us. They didn't do thirds, so we had to drink a half each, and then we just combined it. So we basically drank a pint of putty.
See, whereas for me, sorry, Chris, like
no, that's cool. I was going to flag a comment. That was all.
I crack a can of putty, and all right, Bruiser subscribers or anybody watching may think terribly of me now, but I'll crack a can of it. I'll need to share it between 3 friends. Like, I really enjoy sipping it and tasting it, but I don't want to drink any more than a third of a can or a third of a pint or whatever. Like, that is enough for me. It's brilliant to experience that flavor and like see what's gone into it, but I'm not a big drinker. I don't drink loads of pints anyway. I like to drink a little bit of
That's good, Ollie. But I've already brought your name up earlier on about. So when Jack came over the other night and did his event, he left at like 6 a.m. in the morning after getting in at 2 o'clock, and he got back and he was brewing at 9 o'clock. And I said to him, "There is only one other person that I know that is that much of a fucking deviant, and it's you. Because I remember when you came and stayed around mine, I think we were drinking till about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was just all like, right, I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you in the morning." You were like, "Yeah, probably not." And I was like, "What do you mean, probably not?" And you're like, "Well, what time are you going to be up?"
You up a tree the next day?
8:30. You're like, "Yeah, I'll be gone." I was like, "It's 3 o'clock. Aren't you going to get some sleep?" You're like, "No, I'll be fine." and then sure enough, you were gone in the morning when I came downstairs. So
early to rise. I am an early riser. Yeah.
You don't fuck around.
No.
Regardless of whether or not that's legal, who cares?
Yeah. Let's skip that bit, Chris.
Well, the thing is, it's I've looked into this before because I had to.
You grass so many people up tonight.
No, but when we first started doing the podcast, one of the things that one of the first stories that I did was about me just drunk driving scooters around Nottingham, and I had to make sure that I wasn't basically implying myself for like committing a crime, which I clearly was. But it's all I can't remember the term for it. Like, is it summary or something? Whatever it is, basically, unless they catch you in the act, it doesn't fucking matter. You can brag about doing it all you want. They can't arrest you for it. You have to literally get caught doing it. So it's one of those. Anyway, moving on. Fuzz tastes like a 6% IPA, same as Steady Rolling Man and loads of other examples. Agree with that. I think they're
Fuzz is a great beer.
They're beers that punch well above their weight.
Mm.
And then
coming back to there's loads of people. It's not a sauce, Ollie, by the way. They're all people listening. So be careful what you've incriminated yourself with your drunk driving.
So
Chris has done that.
Yeah. Puck. The thing I often find the most of the low ABV stuff is that they end up feeling thin, not bitter enough, and lacking hop aroma compared to double IPAs. And I think that's the main point, right? That if they could nail body, then I don't think it would be a problem.
I really think that the Baron box has, for me personally, because beer is subjective, right? Has every beer that I've drank, they're especially the two beers that were 4.5% and 5% have nailed everything I want from a beer in those two beers. And yeah, you go up to the punchier stuff, and it was too much for me to have on a can. And I think if you're into the dippers and you want to drink dippers all the time, it will mask your flavor, mask your palate, and potentially give you a I can't get the words out of my mouth tonight. Paul, you're a bit of a wordsmith. Can you help me out? Yeah. But it's
mate, we're all in it together. Don't worry. We're all hanging on with our fucking nails at this point. Don't worry.
Exactly. But if you're drinking strong beers all the time, then it's going to mask, what you want to drink at a lower ABV.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
People in the comments, any quick questions for Ollie? Asking what colour underwear that he's wearing, or
I'm not wearing underwear.
Where's Tip? I've got a question.
How's
Tipper?
Where's Tipper? Where's Tipper? Yeah.
I'll go and get her quickly. Been around, haven't we?
Yeah. Any other questions that we've got? I mean, everyone seems to be like having really nice conversation. About
Are there any breweries we'd like to see the Bruiser box? I think it's because we've thrown quite a lot, and I know from Ollie's point of view, it's tricky.
There's
because hello, Tipper.
He's had a haircut recently, so
come
look at Tipper, Hannah. Oh, hello, Tips.
Adorbs.
Yeah. How's Ziggy doing? Where's Ziggy?
She's in bed.
Yeah,
Ziggy's locked in a crate where she'll be confined until the morning.
8:30, she starts passing out, and we just put her to bed because she'll be in bed now till 7 o'clock in the morning. It's great.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah. She's a fucking nightmare.
she's a lot more chill.
She's been lovely.
She's been like really good tonight.
She's been fantastic.
Just sat over there.
She's been a wonderful dog.
Oh.
But that's because Hannah's been training her up like a storm. Yeah.
So, Ollie, we're talking about we're going to be going down to what's it called? Rivington farm trip.
Amazing. Are you guys doing another big what did you call it again last year?
It's speed dating.
Speed dating. In the hot box, in the drip tray.
In the drip tray of the hot box.
That's the drip tray.
So we're gonna do that again. But then also I think what we might do is actually reach out to Beak for These Hills, because These Hills is on the 8th, 9th and 10th, I think, or the 9th and 10th.
August,
yeah, also in August. But they've got, I looked at their lineup and they're like different breweries. So I reckon I might try and hit up Beak because I love them. We haven't been down to see them yet, and it would be a really good one to
100%. You guys should definitely get down there and hit me up if you want an intro.
We're currently in talks. So for those of you who want to know more about the craft beer channel, collaboration. That's kind of the wheels are in motion for that. So that's potentially happening if we can get all of our ducks in a row. But it looks like there could be something going on for summertime. So that's all I'm going to say for that. But that's looking really good.
You're as cryptic as I am tonight, Christian.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm trying to coax it. If you tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
Yeah. Go on then. What festivals are you doing this year?
Well, I mean, realistically, it kind of depends because it depends which ones we're going to go to as punters versus which ones we're going to go to as on the job. What I definitely want to do this year, and I said to Paul that we definitely need to do, is we just need to go more to punters as punters. Else, because it's so nice to go there and just do the networking, just go and chat to people from the breweries.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to do more of that because a lot of the time as well, unless you really are planning something to go and do at a brewery, like for instance, when we did. When we did Farm Trip last year, we got 10 breweries interviewed in that time. But a lot of the time, we didn't spend that actually at the brewery, at the festival itself. We were literally just locked in a room. We spent the day before trying to find people to come and join it. And then the next day, we were just spent locked in the room trying to do it.
You're going to hate my idea for the next one then.
What's that?
2 days of that.
Oh, sounds like bliss. But yeah, so we're definitely going to do Rivy. We're going to reach out to Beak about doing something there because we really want to get down to Beak anyway. As for the other festivals, we're kind of an open book. Like, if there's anyone that reckons there's some festivals that are definitely worth going to, then let us know. We've got some in mind.
Yeah, for me personally, I think it has to be brew-led festivals in particular. I think that's the key phrase here, because as much as I like to go to other festivals, I find the corporate ones intensely boring.
I think it kind of depends because I mean, like
it's just not for me.
One of the things that I always miss, like I always skip this every year because I forget to put it in my calendar, but I've put it in the calendar for next year is BeerX because you've just had BeerX, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe.
It's proper tradey. Like
that's what I mean.
I've been there every year. Well, not every year, but the past couple of years. And I took Ash there. This time you guys have met Ash.
Yeah, Ash is great.
Yeah. And Ash, he's a proper Bristolian for those of you still watching.
All right, there. Like, how are you?
Yeah, he was like,
all right, my love.
BeerX was fucking boring this year. He's never been before, and he absolutely hated it. He's like, don't take me there again, mate.
You know that. He doesn't even know why he's bored.
Did he hate it?
He hated it.
Fucking brilliant. Good old Ash. He's pretentious before he even knows why he's pretentious.
Yeah.
I like that. I like the refreshing nature of that.
It cracked me up. It's like the best thing about BeerX for me, right? Breweries get a whole lot out of it because it's trade fair and people showing off their equipment and whatever. But for me, what I get out of it is just seeing everybody, and that's what it's like. The first festival of the year where you get to see everybody.
But fuck, mate. I mean, when we're saying a thing, it's completely different to what you get out of these things. I mean, we're just doing this kind of as a bunch of punters who like this idealistic hippie commune. You have to run a business and you have to do this stuff.
Yeah,
but we're trying to do that. We're trying to make money.
Luckily for you, everyone seems to like
patrons. Join the patrons today and at an exclusive price.
Don't you wake up out of your slumber and wait, actually, you can do that. Say what you're saying. Yeah.
So Seabass said, "I always do Dark and Wild as a massive Stout fan, despite your Northern Monk viewpoint. Always trying to get some breweries are a bit trickier to get hold of. I mean, that's a good point. I think, to be fair,
Let's talk about Northern Monk viewpoint.
regardless about what you think about Northern Monk, Hop City and Dark and Wild are two great festivals that have literally brought out the best in the craft beer scene.
Yeah.
And I think, regardless of what you think about them now and what they may have become and stuff, which I still don't reckon is a bad thing. I just think they've got different goals.
And it's also worth bearing in mind when we talk. This is a very niche industry as well, right? I mean, we have to be kind of critical about the industry, and otherwise just wanging each other off constantly. So when we having a go at people, it's in the nicest possible way anyway, unless it's Dudley camera, which we've established. But for the moment, we're trying to be critical, and hopefully we're not being too obnoxious about the whole thing. But Northern Monk have been fucking spectacular for the industry. It's almost impossible to ignore their influence on modern craft beer. You have to be an idiot to think otherwise.
And on that as well, like, these businesses are so young. Like, Northern Monk is what? I don't know exactly, but maybe 10
It's
years
not old enough to drink.
Yeah.
And that's the irony.
Exactly. And it's like I saw a post from Brew York recently, and they're celebrating their 9th birthday. Like, Brew York.
Really?
Yeah, 9 years old.
I thought Brew York were like 25, and
yeah. I thought they were way older, and so it's incredible. Like, Cloudwater just celebrated 10 years. Like, Track 10 years of Sonoma recently.
Yeah.
Like, these breweries that are at the forefront are super young businesses in hindsight.
Who are you know what? I'm not going to ask you these questions, Ollie, because you have to be completely
ask him
subjective. No, I'll rephrase my question. Who to you do you think are who are your top 5 breweries at the moment who you think are going to plow through this uncertainty we have in the world at the moment?
With no explanation, Verdant, Track, Beak, Rivington, and the 5th one, it escapes me at the moment.
Oh, it's cool. But the ones that come to mind are the ones we've suggested pretty much independently of each other all day.
And potentially Rivington being a bit of a wild card there, but they've got the best tap room in the UK, and they sell so much of it locally.
Yeah.
And
it's interesting actually, because like when Jack Barron was posed the same question about what his favourite breweries were, Verdant and Track were. Well, Verdant was first, Track was second, I think. So the same names are popping up, and it's not surprising.
Do you know their books are healthy as well? Like they're there's doom and gloom about the industry, but like they're good businesses that are doing well and should be applauded for it.
No, for sure. Yeah. No, amen. Amen to that.
It's always cementing the idea, which I think a lot of people have floated, but we talked about a lot, is that from a craft beer point of view, a modern beer point of view in particular, we're becoming very American centric in the fact that it's becoming about destinations as well. So like you take Rivington, or you take Falmouth as a whole.
I'm going to Falmouth next week.
I know Manchester's a destination, but if you're a beer tourist, there's 4 venues you go to in Manchester from a brew tap point of view. But Rivington, in particular, you go there because it's one of the best locations of the fucking planet.
But one of the great things about like my holiday next week is, even though we're staying in Rock, which is actually the home of Doom Bar, and it's like next to Padstow.
Rock's beautiful.
Yeah, it's stunning. It's an hour away, because obviously the other side of the peninsula to Falmouth and Penryn, where Verdant are. But you know what I thought? It's going to take an hour to get there, but I'm taking my daughter. And there's a soft play right next door to Verdant. So if I get there about 10 o'clock, she can have a couple of hours in the soft play. Then I can go and get a pizza and a few beers at Verdant. It's literally the fucking thing match. It's the match made in heaven. It's perfect.
Are you going to go and see Johnny at Pipeline?
Yes. I haven't reached out to Johnny yet, but I will drop him a message.
He'd love to have you there.
But yeah,
I was down there last week. I couldn't even get anywhere close to the times he's open. Baffling.
Yeah, because it's like Tuesday or Friday, Saturday. It's like a really weird thing. Like Tuesday seems to have like a
you have to like drive to get there as well, don't you?
Yeah, it's not too bad, but I mean it's just down the road from where we're kind of staying.
It's only 40 minutes.
Yeah, so it's plenty for Kate. Kate will be able to drive me there and back.
5 and drive down there as well.
But I'll give Johnny a message when I'm down there. And also, I'll be checking out the guys at Blunt Rock because they're only a 5-minute walk up from where we're staying.
Amazing!
So are you friends with the guys from Blunt Rock? Because they just jumped on Bruiser.
Yeah. So Karis at Blunt Rock has been a subscriber of ours for pretty much since we started, but they've never had the capacity to sell through us. But recently, a couple of months ago, we launched Blunt Rock, and I think they've sold out like every single month. So they're doing really well.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Really nice, really cool tap room.
That sounds really cool. Well, I'll definitely be checking that out. I mean, I'm literally going to be hitting the big three while I'm down there. I'll be doing Pipeline, Verdant, and Blunt Rock. So, it'll be really nice. I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be a nice breakaway. And what's been nice is I've managed to get a load of content lined up, kind of ready to go, so I don't have to worry too much about it while I'm away.
Yeah.
Of course, you can get that content early if you subscribe to the Patreon.
Sign me up. Take my money.
I'm not going to bore everyone with this story again. I'll leave because we did it earlier. But we found a craft beer nano brewery in between Padstow and Newquay.
What were they called?
Brasloo.
Oh, is that the guy that does the? Oh, I fucking love his videos.
I know,
they're so good.
We got him coming on the channel hopefully soon for.
Sign me up. Hey, you should do that on a Patreon exclusive because he's brilliant.
We'll see what it comes out with. But he's like a Sunday Times best-selling author and everything. So
no way.
He's wrote 2 books. He's got a third on the way, and they're all just kind of like around him going out over to France and setting up a little brewery.
It's a year in Provence, but a craft beer version.
I love his videos where he puts a leg up on a keg of beer and he does that. That's him, isn't it?
Yeah.
He looks like a little hobbit guy. He's brilliant.
He's brilliant. He's so good. Padstow Brewery, actually. Speaking of Padstow,
they got the tap room over there.
We dropped in. We bought a bunch of stuff. The stuff on draft is really good.
Yeah,
the cans we had, I'm going to be completely honest, weren't great.
I haven't tried their cans.
We had that.
I think they can them somewhere different.
It's black.
West Coast we poured it.
We have to drain pour it.
Oh God. Okay. It is.
It was a filming day. It was a filming day. So we do take that quite seriously. Where it's like that's calories and mental expenditure you cannot afford to.
We're doing this with kegs. And then...
you can't afford to. You can't afford to get rid of that. So like, if we have something while we're drinking it, and we're like, this ain't landing. We do sometimes drain pour.
But it's baffling down there because there was. You kept saying, go to Rock, go to Pipeline, right? Because we went out of season on a Tuesday to a Thursday. Nowhere's fucking open. Nowhere. Like, we managed to go to the other 2 Verdant pubs, so Schooners and what was the other one in Newquay? whatever it was called. But yeah, just the whole coastline is very strange out of season.
I just want just for Rasco, because obviously we.
Hello, Rasco.
Yeah. Hi, Rasco. How you doing, dude? He's currently drinking Beerblefish 1820 Porter. Now, Beerblefish is an interesting one because we're probably going to mention it in the next podcast as a Doom Bar article.
Oh yeah,
because they're gone now, which is a shame because I mean they're now. What's quite interesting is like when we went down to the Love and Beer Festival in September, there's now 3 breweries / tap rooms that are now no longer there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Including actually the one where I think Craft Beer Channel actually hosted Hackney Brewing. Oh well, at least the tap room's gone. I don't think the
tap room's gone. The brewery's still.
I think the brewery's still going, but the tap room's gone. You got Wildcard across the road from there. That went.
That's the big shock for me because
and Beerblefish.
It goes to show that no amount of media spotlight is going to support you. But when we went over to Wildcard, I was massively disappointed. Anyway, I think they were the bad quality beer. I've had better on their cans.
It was, yeah.
I don't know if they were just giving up the ghost at that point or what, but
great, yeah.
Have you heard of? I think it's Black Flag Brewery.
Black Flag. They're also Cornwall, aren't they?
Yeah, that was around the corner from where we were.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've gone.
They're gone.
Are they gone?
Well, they were. You said temporarily closed.
Did it?
I assumed it was out of season. That's all it was.
Oh, maybe I was. But I visited them it was a couple of years ago, so I haven't caught up with them since. But I remember their beers being really good.
No, excellent. We had a bunch at Hull. I thought they were brilliant.
Yeah,
and I was really excited. They were literally 20 minutes away from where we were stopping, but he said temporary close. So
right.
So hang on. Here's one. If you carry on talking, I'm going to have open another beer. Question is another beer or not? Are we doing another one?
Well, yeah.
We can have one more, can't we?
We'll stop until Monday.
I'll have one more with you guys.
One more, and then we go again. Let's take this up to what are we on? Oh fucking hell, we're on 4 hours.
So question. Yeah, it's 4 hours.
Well, we may as well make it 4 hours 30.
Stout, big hoppy fucker. Something mixed firm.
I want something hoppy.
Okay. Hannah, before Hannah went to bed, she said, "You touch that putty, I'm going to murder you." So you can't have that.
Okay. Well,
I'll see what else we got.
Have you got something American?
It's all good, mate.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'll see what I got.
This is the thing at the moment. Paul is literally just absolutely caning the American beers. People out there still watching us. I mean, there must be some people out there. What are you drinking? Obviously, now we've drunk the Baron box. So what's going on? What's this?
Right,
Oh
so
my
we
God.
got. Okay, so got a nice short shot.
Triple dry hop type IPA. Okay, yeah, good.
6.5%. But I just realised we've got the Braslou non-dipper.
Oh, is this the dipper that isn't a dipper?
Dipper that isn't a dipper. So
6% dipper.
6.5. Now,
well, let's try it.
I've had one beer of theirs, right, and it was just there in the little tap room. I wasn't expecting anything because French craft beer is fucking shite.
Yeah,
he brews almost exclusively with a French hop.
Yeah,
and it was really great for the time, right? So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt by trying this. So if this is not good, I don't think we should say it's not good.
No, that's
I
fair.
think we should look at each other and go,
"Nah, move on."
Move on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fair. I mean, we don't like to talk anything down on the channel anyway. Like what tends to happen is, if we don't have anything nice to say, we just won't say anything about it. But we can always find the good in a beer, generally. And I would expect nothing less from something where we've literally gone. Well, you've literally gone and checked out the place. and you know the guy now.
Well, what do you expect from someone with the what Europe's first indoor petanque table?
I don't know what that means.
Petanque is like it's like French boules, but it's
Okay.
even more French, and you throw it over on.
Oh my god!
It's fucking brilliant.
Fucking hell! It's like French bowls, but goes over.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Well, I hope, John, you've also gone and fetched another beer because that's what we're doing. In fact, we're having two.
3.75, John.
Let us know what you're having, John Hoplord. Is he a Hoplord? Is he a Ronker?
Oh, it's the cheapest one.
He's a Ronker.
Yeah. This looks very interesting.
Okay.
So, I keep forgetting so that you probably can't see that at all. So Brasloo. This is called Water Music. He's claimed it's a DIPA. It's only 6.5%. So, having met the man, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
What was the thing about when you were there? Like he was closed on a Friday because he was working on his boots or something like that.
Yeah, he put a little sign up. He put a sign up on the door, and he said, "Gone to the gym. I'm working on my glutes because I'm going to become world's strongest man, 1937. 2037. Glutes is where it's all at. This is where the money is, baby. That kind of thing. So it's just a good lad. I like him.
That is not a fucking dipper, but that's
Smell
a really
that.
nice beer.
Isn't that a smell?
What are you drinking?
We're drinking.
Isn't that interesting?
Old Brasloo, or Braloo as he calls himself, because it's French.
This is the
Water
Tommy
Music,
Barnes guy.
6.5% dipper.
Oh right. Oh, 6.5%.
Dipper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not a dipper, but it's actually a really nice beer.
That's really good, isn't it?
It's really like pleasant.
I did that. I was expecting Ollie to be fucking awful, and
It's
it was
good.
really nice, and this is really nice as well.
I went to a restaurant today, and they made all their own drinks. So
Interesting.
there's like a taste menu of food, but they also made all their own drinks as well. And they brewed. So in there was like beers, wines, sake, but not sake. Yeah, they made like gooseberry wine or damn.
No.
But their beer was really, really fucking good.
Really?
And I think when like chefs make beer, they often it becomes really interesting. It's not just about the hops; it's about half a pickled chili.
Well, it's like making a bread. So they're doing because what you find now is in really good restaurants, the bread making for your starters or your hors d'oeuvres or anything like that becomes more part of it than the actual meal sometimes. So I'm going to judge you by your butter. I'm going to judge you by your bread making.
Yeah.
So what yeast are you using and what you're putting into your bread. So the beer was good. Yeah.
Oh, the beer was honestly it was brilliant. But they had a double IPA. I didn't try it, but it was 6.5%. That was the link between the two stories.
It's probably them, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Really interesting.
It's really pleasant.
Yeah. It's quite jammy. It's like marmalade.
Right. I need you guys to help me out here.
Go on.
3 different beers are up for grabs.
Aye.
Beak.
Lovely.
Oh, you're going for a dipper.
Kiwi dipper. I've got.
Now, let me give my opinion on Buxton Ollie at the moment.
Before you give your opinion, Paul, because there's another.
I know exactly where you're going.
Okay. So which one?
So, I fucking adore that big beer. By the way, that's one of the best things on the planet. That Trillion is beyond good. It's unctuous.
Oh, really?
It's like it's drinking chocolate fudge, man. It's just hot beautiful, sweet chocolate, beautiful unctuousness, and I love that. It's exactly what I want in that kind of stout. The beer has done nothing for me this year.
Really
No.
interesting.
Trillions.
It's it's still very, very good. Do not get me wrong, but I think other breweries have done better that style of beer this year.
Yeah, but no, but how can you say they've done a better?
But no, but
how can you say they've done a better that style of beer when they've done an imperial stout with peanut that's got no peanuts in it? There's no other brewery that's done that beer.
Okay, I'll put peanuts in. It's the same thing.
You know, like
ta-da! It's like put in their cloth.
Yeah, no, like the beer is fucking excellent.
No, it's excellent
because of the way that it's built.
But
the fact that it's supposedly a peanut imperial stout, but it's got no peanuts in. Like, I mean, that's wild, right?
There's so much history with this beer.
Yellow Belly, yeah.
And so this is one of my. By the way, this is one of my fucking formative beers. So I don't say what I'm saying lightly.
Do you? I don't know an awful lot about it, but like, I mean, that's got a whole podcast episode written all over it.
I've still got 2 bottles of it at my place, so
it's
yeah,
it's a great beer, but there's better beers doing that style at the moment. I know it hasn't got peanuts.
So didn't they? It never was called Yellow Belly, and it never was wrapped in a white paper. Is that correct?
No, it was. Yeah.
No, it was called Yellow Belly originally. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Right. Okay. It's called Yellow Belly originally.
Yeah, it had all that stuff. Yeah. Yellow Belly.
They changed the name from Yellow Belly because it was a lawsuit thing.
Yeah, lawsuit.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Whether the paper was actually, I mean, I don't know. The paper might have been a response to that, where it was just sort of like it was covered up.
Possibly. I don't know if that was anything to do with it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think it was just generally a lawsuit about the name and
right.
It was very brave. It was a good marketing ploy, and it was excellent beer. But I've had that beer has been really, really good, but I've had better styles of that beer this year and the past 2 years, to be honest. But the Trillion is fucking amazing.
So, Untapped Awards. Have you spoken about that?
Yeah. So Jack had won 4 golds or 3 golds or 4 golds, but he wasn't even aware of them. But thankfully, a couple of people in the comments had flagged that up to him.
What do you guys think of the Untapped Awards?
Well, I mean, like I said earlier on, it's I like the idea of it, but then I can't get away from the fact that I saw this meme. I think it was done by like username with beer in it on Instagram, and it did a meme where it's like everyone wins a fucking gold. You know, it's almost like it's actually harder not to win a medal than it is to win a medal. So I was kind of like, yeah, and also when Jack doesn't, not that Jack is necessarily all about going on, you know, Untapped or whatever, but when Jack didn't even know that he'd won some awards for, you know, the Untapped Awards, then isn't that like, doesn't that show something?
I think it's the absolute definition of automation, and no one gives a flying fuck.
I think the way he put it was he'd won for, I think, and when we looked at the beers that he'd won for, I think it was a German Pilsner, a red IPA, and a black IPA. So it was like he'd won for really niche styles.
I think Untapped is, you know, it's obviously used in most countries, but it's very American centric anyway. You know, I think it's the American breweries really use it as a business tool, don't they, as well? Because they've even got American brewery styles, you know. Yeah, I think over here it's much more of just a fun logging mechanism to see who can get to 100 pints of Bathams first. By the way, that was Hannah as well. She beat me to that. It was terrible.
John Taylor, I still have the beer and I've heard the same. I've not opened mine yet, but I've been told it's not a touch
Yeah, it's
on the
not,
yellow
it's-
belly of old.
It's really really nice. We've had both of them, and the box came from Bruiser actually, Ollie.
Yeah, I had it was the Buxton box because I've already drank the 2 trillionaires, but I've kept the beers.
I think
because
that Trillion's fucking spectacular.
Trillionaire's good.
Good. Tastes like fudge.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like what I really want. In my lizard brain, constantly there's 2 types of stout, which is, you know, your big dry classic non-adjunct stout, and then there's just stupid packed full of sugar stouts. And the Trillion is
Paul,
it's up there, man.
did you try Stronger Than Blood? The Project X?
Did I try?
Three Hills Emperors.
Don't know.
What's stronger than blood, man?
The Project X.
No.
Oh no,
yeah,
yeah,
no. I was just asking the question. What's stronger than blood?
Oh,
What's stronger than blood, man? Nothing's
you
stronger than
just-
blood.
you do one of them.
Yeah, bro.
Sorry, sorry. I was
Not only that, Ollie, but I took all that artwork and I showed Chris earlier. I put it into a poster it's upstairs next to the Ziggy Stardust poster on my wall.
The beer mats were fantastic in the Baron box.
Nice little touch.
Yeah,
They
great.
were so good. But Stronger Than Blood won bronze on the.
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool.
Which is cool, but I'm not just saying this because we had something to be part of it, but Stronger Than Blood for me was, and beer is subjective, so it could be anything, but Stronger Than Blood for me was probably the best stout I've ever had, I think.
I struggle with knowing which the best Emperor stouts are because I'm usually absolutely arsehole and like, you know, I've no idea what I'm drinking. I just know they're fucking great. You know? I
Already hammered.
I just know it was spectacular. I love it.
That's true. I fucking love that beer though. I was like blown away by it every time I took a sip.
Well, there was a funny thing at Christmas when we had a bunch of people. Chris came around our house and we had a bit of an open house with some friends, right? Chris and one other person was into craft beer. Everyone else was, you know, classic, just no idea. And we had our mate Dave came around, Big Dave, and he bought a load of beer around. Bless him, because he knows you're into craft beer. Classic, brings a brew dog, you know, all that stuff.
Right.
But he said, "Oh, I bought some other stuff," and he pulls out a bottle.
He bought an Emperor.
He bought an Emperor's bottle from about 8 years ago.
Yeah, it was. I messaged Damien. I was like, "Do you remember this?"
It's
Like, 'cause I was looking at it.
old school.
I was like, "Fuck!" So I took a photo of it and I sent Damien a message. You know, perks of the job that we know Damien, and I was like, "Do you remember this?" And he's like, "I absolutely do remember it." And that's from 2016. Like it's like gave me the fucking brew date that it was from. And
We
I
could
was
have probably
like,
sold it for about
"Holy
300
shit."
quid on eBay that day.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh yeah, a mate just gave it to me, so I thought you guys would like it." Fucking hell!
Wow.
That's sometimes when you just sat on something that you don't know what you've got, and it's like, fucking hell, yeah, we're gonna crack that, right?
We did.
Yeah, we're gonna crack that.
Yeah.
It's good to yeah. I mean, like this Imperial Stout or whatever is 2034, I think, on the best before date. And yeah, it's nice to hide some bottles back or cans back, isn't it? Of like the MPs and the wild beers. See what they're gonna be in like in 10 years' time.
Yeah, I've still got 3 of the Alpha Delta mixed firm beers. I've still got those.
Yeah.
Which because obviously Alpha Delta went under. I'm just keeping them because I mean I don't know when's the best time, and because they're mixed firm.
Yeah,
and they're like wax sealed and stuff. I'm like, well, I can kind of have them whenever.
One thing we've been thinking of doing at Bruiser, because it is like resurrection, like bring back like Alpha Delta and some of the breweries that have gone over the years.
That would be so
It'd
cool.
be so cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that
fucking
would be
love to do
fucking
that.
awesome.
I can't believe you're bringing back Bankses. You heard it here, folks.
Honestly, man.
Bankses Mall is making a comeback.
Anything like that, let us know, because that would be really
It'd be
fucking
cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Let's do it together.
So, because was it Ross that was at Alpha Delta?
Yeah, Ross.
And-
Yeah,
and
big
like, I know he had to close it for, you know, he wrapped it up for his own personal reasons and stuff. But fuck, man, you do think sometimes
they're good beers.
Yeah, I mean that was the thing.
Yeah.
That they knew what they were doing, and it's a shame when people like that are no longer in the industry. I don't know if he still is in the industry.
You kind of miss those guys. Yeah, you just said that always became kind of
Yeah, I think he's still got. Was it Box Social?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, because we never really followed the journey afterwards. One thing I definitely want to do is just do like a podcast episode that's on the Triangle Wars between Alpha Delta and
Neon Raptor.
Yeah. Because they had this thing where, like, I think Alpha Delta really took exception to Azvex's triangles, and and
it'd be quite a niche documentary.
Yeah, it'd be very niche, but it'd be a good episode.
Let's do Resurrection, guys. This is an patron exclusive. If you're not paying for this now, then
they're not paying for anything.
But let's do Resurrection. Let's get together on that.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, the reality being that most brewers from those defunct breweries have now gone into better breweries, maybe, or they just gave up altogether. Let's be honest. Yeah, I reckon some of them will be well up for it.
Maybe that's next year's Project X.
The Jesus Project.
Yeah.
John said
we'll get it sold for Easter.
John said boxcar in the John's a patron.
They were great.
Boxcar.
I think they are still they're like a gypsy brewery now. I think.
But they were fucking
no.
amazing,
I think they've gone completely.
Yeah,
are they wrapped up?
Yeah, they wrapped up, and then they were gypsy brewing for a while. And now
they're done. Oh,
so someone's just told. Rasco's just realised some of his breweries are disappearing. So
Rasco's like, Alpha Delta went under.
I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah,
long time ago. Yeah.
And then John, because he's a Patreon, he's got to read this. I think it was a cease and desist from a brewery called same name who brew generic cask pales. So the Untapped community tanked theirs beers with shit responses for ages, which made them change the name.
Who are we talking about here, by the way?
I don't know what that's talking about.
Who we talking about, dude? Is that Azvex? Or are we talking about Boxcar?
I think that might have been Azvex or Alpha Delta.
But who was shit talking who?
So Azvex, the guy that started Azvex started Neon Raptor, right?
That was it. Yeah. And I know that the guys from Alpha Delta hated Azvex for the triangles.
Yeah.
Because they did a beer that had like a rip off of the Alpha Delta logo.
Yeah.
It like ripped off the Alpha Delta branding, and I was like, "Oh, this is kicking off."
It was quite a bit of.
Yeah. It was a bit kind of bit tasty.
I don't think it was anything like one of the bigger breweries.
Oh, that was about the beer.
Yeah.
We had we were working with Azvex at the time, and then they couldn't fulfill the orders that we had for them because they new brewery, like couldn't handle the stock or whatever at times. Fine. But anyway, I gave those orders to Azvex. Sorry, not Azvex, Alpha Delta instead. And Alpha Delta put together this like mega box of beer that everybody had instead of Azvex. It's quite fun.
Well, what I remember was quite funny is like you were we had you on to talk about we had you on the podcast to talk about the very first Project X. So like not Project X this year, but the one before. and Paul said to you, I had to cut it out because I couldn't use it. But I remember Paul saying to you, "Oh yeah, I've just put Alpha Delta on my thing," and you were like, "Talk to me after the podcast," because afterwards you were like, "Yeah, so sorry to tell you, Paul, but Alpha Delta are no more." And then you're like, "Fuck, I just ordered them." It's like, "Yeah, you'll have something else. Don't worry."
I'm serious though. Let's do Resurrection.
Resurrected
Project X. It'd be fucking mega.
Well, what I think would be really good, and I've had this theme for a while because it's easy, is
Fucking hell, that's amazing.
What's that?
Sorry.
What are you drinking?
We've just re-hopped. Is that a short? Only a short shot. That's really shit.
Oh, right. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a,
Triple dry hop
it's a
type,
triple
yeah?
dry hop. It's their third birthday, 6.5% triple dry hops IPA. That is fucking spectacular.
So, have you spoken about the hot news on Sure Shot?
So
No, we're gonna get. And also, I just thought about another bit of hot news, but go on.
let me just finish what I was going to say, which I can't remember now. I mean, that's the thing. I can't remember it. I can't remember. What are we talking about beforehand?
Move on.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Sure Shot is moving on.
I can't remember what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I can't remember either. Yeah, Sure Shot's moving on. Speaking of moving on, Sure Shot.
Thanks, Ollie. I was trying to get that right. That was excellent. Well done.
Have we got a job?
Yeah.
It's really bugging me now. What the fuck was
What?
it?
No, just
Paul, while Chris is thinking of that, Paul, what has happened there?
I don't know. Well, he's been around the block a bit. Is he just had enough?
Potentially, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe going to consultancy and yeah, a bit more money, a lot less stress.
Don't know.
Who are you talking about?
Sure Shot. I can't remember the guy's name.
Sure Shot.
What's the brewer called?
James.
James, that live we did with James from Sure Shot.
Has he gone?
Yeah,
He's gone. He's gone from Sure Shot, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I should have said that to you last. Yeah, okay.
That live we did though with Project X and Sure Shot and Johnny, that was fucking funny.
That was one of my favourite things in the world. I've never seen a man not understand technology more than anything else. Get your forehead close to the camera.
What?
What?
The funny thing was like with was it Johnny from Pipeline?
Yeah.
And like apparently his and it turns out that it was his son that was saying the guy's a nonce.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I feasibly can't say that to the guy, but I was like, do you know so and so? Because they're saying something in the comment, and they're like, oh my god, that's his son. That's his son.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck?
But Johnny was just getting on it in a pub as well. That
He was in Brighton, wasn't he?
yeah.
That was it. Yeah.
Oh, they just smashed it.
It was really good.
Amazing.
He was.
More importantly, not more importantly, but equally as interesting, because you've got a Northern Irish brew in your hand, or you did have one. Licada. Is the head brewer's fucked off?
Oh, really?
Yep.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so what I've heard about this is that he's hot on paternity.
No, well, they said he's left and they're embracing a new future. So it might be that.
I was going to go and piss. I still am going to go and piss, but I'm also going to throw out there that something else that I didn't realize until recently, but which I'm absolutely thrilled about, is that there is a brewery over in Northern Ireland called fuck what they're called.
Ye Troubles.
No. Oh fuck! Whatever they're called, the head brewer has left there and gone to Glasshouse. She's now the head brewer.
Oh, really?
Glasshouse. Yeah.
Oh,
Glasshouse is going to become.
Fuck what they're called again now.
Telling you.
They're called like.
Hey, you guys have got big beef with the Glasshouse boys.
No, it's all good now.
I have.
We're good.
He has.
We're good.
Saw him.
We're good now. We're friends.
We are friends because we might be doing something very important with them very soon.
Oh, really?
Oh yes.
Can you elaborate or no? That's Patreon exclusive, that one.
No, we're not elaborating because Chris might fuck it up. Chris, not in there, mate. It's too late. You're in there now, aren't you?
Has he gone into the cloakroom again?
So we put our dog in a very specific area, and the toilet's right next to it. And I said, "Don't go in there to wake the dog up." And he's just walked in and shouted, "Shall I not go in there?"
Paul, I've got to say it. Like, are you treating the dog like a child?
No, she's a puppy.
I know. It's a puppy, but there's a difference between. At the end of the day, it's a dog.
No. Labradors are like aggressively weird in very specific ways, right? So we crate trainer. So she has no. It's really important with Labradors. Trust me. Otherwise,
I'm
your
coming
health
from
is
this.
fucked.
I'm coming from this from like I've had 6 generations of Springer Spaniels. So
I've got a Labrador.
not Labradors, but Springer Spaniels, and then having a puppy. But I've known friends that have set alarms to wake up to let.
Oh no, that. But there's two things which are very important with retrievers in particular, right? They have to have the safe space, like a cave,
Yeah.
so they can retrieve shit eventually, right? And also, as a puppy, they need 2 hours sleep, and it's like it's just gun dog mentality. So,
we're talking about dogs.
yeah,
We're
it's
talking
very
about
important.
dogs.
And also, if we didn't have that, me working from home with a dog, I'd lose my job because the house would be fucking trashed.
Oh, I need to flag this comment up.
Go on.
Rasco said, "Gents, you do some great content."
You do some great content, Rasco.
Rasco, you're right. These guys, I meant every word I said on that before. You honestly, you've hit a niche and you've fucking nailed it. And I'm so happy to, not happy, I'm so privileged to be somewhat a little bit part of coming along with you guys as well.
And I mean that's what I think is nice about the relationship that we've got with you guys. It's like we've been in this from the beginning. You know,
Yeah.
I think the first time I think we'd only been going for like 6 months before we like came and interviewed you for the first time, and you guys had just started up and whatever. So good old hearty.
I forgot I was literally live streaming.
edit that after.
But no, it's great, man. It's so nice to see you guys also kind of expand and grow.
Yeah, we've grown
far
together.
and, like, yeah, exactly. And whatever we can do for you guys, you know,
what's next to Bruise then, dude? Where's your heads at? Any cool plans?
It's a really good question, and it's a Planet Beer TV exclusive. So let's. I hate to be cryptic all the time. I feel like I'm very cryptic with a lot of the questions you ask, but we are going for a very, very exciting remodel of the current platform, and I can't give away much at the moment because we're not. It's very early stages within just internal conversations, but it's going to be a whole new website, a whole new platform, a whole new remodel and way of doing things, which means there's going to be loads more special boxes coming available, which means more beers in the boxes that we're putting out there as well, more focus boxes. We launched Bruiser 3 years ago, and we pioneered this like new way to subscribe to craft beer, and all the learnings that we've taken over those 3 years, we're streamlining them and we're putting them into this Bruiser 2.0, as we're calling it.
Okay.
We're going to be selecting like some of our we're selecting a bit of a cross section of people to gather feedback, probably in the next week or two. So they're like our top subscribers, mid-range subscribers, maybe some of those that haven't subscribed before, but a good broad selection of people to talk about the remodel and the Bruiser 2.0, put the words out there and the feelers and gather their feedback initially before we launch it, which we are planning to launch in probably May or June.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. So it's coming up.
Fuck yeah.
That it's massive for us, and you'll hear about it first through you guys at Planet Beer TV, through the patrons page initially, but we will all the new news will go through either our male subscribers, those that subscribes, and investors of Bruiser, and then through Planet Beer TV.
That's cool. So any new boxes that are coming up, we can whack onto the Patreon exclusive, and if you're a member, you'll get dibs on that. You'll get a heads up before everyone else if you sign up and get the chat function.
Exactly.
So, yeah. No, that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
I mean that's one thing that, because as someone that that pays for Bruiser, we both pay for Bruiser, and one of the nice perks that we get, which I'm very aware that other people don't get, is a heads up on the boxes that are coming. And like you say to me sometimes, like, just let you know, big Verdant 10 canner coming up in January or something. And I'm like, fuck yeah. And I like having that knowledge, but also if I was able to share that knowledge with, for instance, the Patreons, that would kind of probably work out really nicely for a fair few people involved. You know what I mean?
100%. That's what.
So like, if you're giving me permission to share the knowledge that I know with the Patreons, then
100%.
It seems like there's a win-win here.
Definitely. There's a bit of a secret society there with Paul, Chris, and I. And I'll be tapping you guys up with the special boxes, and you can feed that into your own community.
That's nice, man. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, because ultimately we're putting that into a chat which people pay for, so they're not going to want to go and give that information to everyone else, because what would be the point otherwise?
Yeah.
And because a lot of these boxes are very, very limited numbers. I mean, you see what the Verdant Putty box did to our website. It crashed.
Yeah, it crashed the website
multiple times, and we would have sold out of that box within a couple of hours. Probably.
People were so pissed off, like that. Oh well, all right.
So with this new Bruiser 2.0, we're also building a new website. We'll email out new information on this, but we're going to be doing an exclusive interview with you guys. Am I right in saying that? I know we've briefly touched on it before, but
absolutely.
Any information on that will be shared with the PBTV guys first.
When you're ready to do the launch, let us know. We will do either a special live, or we can do a podcast episode, whatever you guys want to do.
I think the big takeaway is, of course, you're just moving exclusively to cideries. So it's a brave move. I think meadery should be part of it, though, Polly, to be fair. So,
hey, I'm all into that. I love mead as well, and I think
Do you really though?
To be fair, I've got to flag this up because I'm also noticed it.
Yeah,
Craig,
hello.
Great live stream. I've been here for nearly 5 hours.
I need to go to the shop 5 hours ago to get some tea bags.
We should wrap this up.
Yeah.
Because
I want some red wine for a start.
I mean, it needs to get the red wine out, and also this isn't a gaming stream. We're not playing anything, but no, man, this has been really cool, and Jack earlier on was fucking awesome.
He was spectacular. Thank you, Jack.
So
Sorry, I only joined you later on. You guys are awesome. Keep doing what you're doing.
No, man, not at all. I mean,
Love being
it
a
was
part.
quite nice. I mean,
No, I love you, man.
I'm not sure how it all would have gone on if we'd have all been on at the same time. It could have been completely chaotic because Jack's internet was clearly ready to just die just with him on the screen. So,
For the wealthiest place in the country, fuck, they've got wank internet. I'll tell you.
I don't know how it's going to look on the final stream. Whether like Riverside will kind of feed it the nice footage, like the raw footage, or whether it's just going to end up looking like it did go live. But yeah, man, he looked like a potato. He's a great guy though, and you're a great guy, Ali. And thank you so much for joining us tonight, and thanks for doing the Bruiser box,
God bless you,
Planet
man.
Beer TV, and Baron
Thank
box.
you.
It's been awesome, and yeah, we'll be doing more of these. You're only going to get them at either Bruiser or either at Planet Beer TV's Patreon. So be a member at either of those, and just be on board.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys are awesome. Yeah, Planet Beer TV patrons all the way. You guys are crushing it. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks so
man.
much for having me tonight.
Fucking love you, man.
Lots of love.
All right.
Take care.
Take it easy. Guys,
Love you.
thank you very much. We're going to close this one because we don't want to quite get to 5 hours. So we're
Might have outdone it somewhat. See ya.
it's about a bye. Fucking hell. 5 hours?